Um, okay, let's do this. Adjust background.
I think I think
Edit.
let's just
So I know how to do it now. Just wait. Uh, okay, let's start with the dark blue one.
yeah.
Okay. How
Yeah,
is this one looking?
yeah, it looks like
Hoe zit ek hotspot op die phone aan? We staan zodat ik ook kan zien.
Ek weet nie hoe nie, so ek moet nou eers kyk. Dit is dit fyn.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning.
Good
Good
morning,
morning.
Honorable Chair.
Good morning, Minister. Let me welcome you all to the meeting. I know it's tough because some of our members are out there busy with oversight. Some of our entities are expected to be in court, but we'll see how we go about it. Special welcome, Minister, and your delegation. I see two DDGs, DDG Dumalisile and DDG Mklongo. I just take the DG might be attending to the issues of the litigations. But welcome, and the meeting is officially open. Can we have the agenda flighted, Secretary? This is the agenda for today, honorable members. Can I get a mover for the adoption of the agenda as a document that will guide us for today's meeting? Anyone to move for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable Ditebe.
Chairperson, good morning to you, to the Minister, all the members of our executive. We are not be able to participate this particular. So it's
We can't hear you well, Honorable Ditebe.
Chair, I don't know if you can hear me now.
Yeah, better.
Okay, I'm saying I move for the adoption of the agenda. I've already notified you, Chair, that we are on oversight in KZN, so we're going to our meeting right now. So, but nonetheless, I move for the adoption of the agenda. Good morning
Okay.
to you, Chair, Minister, and members, all our executives.
Thanks very much. There is a motion for the adoption. Any seconder?
I second, sir.
Thank you, Honorable. Seconded. Any alternative view? That will be the agenda that guides us for today. I know we have allocated time, but it's possible that in other items we may save some minutes. So those who follow need to be ready to make sure that we don't necessarily inconvenience others. Are there apologies, Secretary?
Yes, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning to the Minister and the officials from AG and the department. Chairperson, I got an apology from the Minister. She is requesting to be released early as she's going to attend the Cabinet Committee at 12. And I also received an apology from the Deputy Minister, who is not going to join us as she is also attending the Cabinet Committee. I also received an apology from Mr. Ditebe and Ms. Kihakilwe. They will be joining, but most of the time they will not be participating, as you already indicated that they are in an oversight visit in KZN. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Any other apology that might have missed the eye of the Secretary? Unless there is a objection, I take the apologies are accepted. Let me
There's
see
a
whether...
hand, Chair, from DTG to Malisile.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Chair.
DTG?
Oh.
DTG?
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to yourself, Chair, honorable members, and the honorable Minister and colleagues. Chair, the DG may not be able to attend the first session due to litigation matter that you actually spoke about during your introductory remarks. But if he joins, he may be late. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Gamede? Honorable Gamede?
Yes, Chairperson. No, I think the Secretary has forgotten. I joined, but I might, because of the challenges that I'm faced with, I might leave early in the meeting. Thank you.
My
Thank you.
apology, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gamete has a bereavement. And Honorable Gamende, we want to send our condolences to you and your family. And we are encouraged by your commitment that even under those conditions, you still managed to prioritize parliamentary work. Apologies. I take those apologies are accepted, like I said, unless there is a serious problem. I don't see any hand. I think they are accepted. Honorable members, today we are meeting in this first session with the Office of the Auditor-General of South Africa. The overall performance of the Department of Human Settlement is characterized with successes in the housing delivery. However, the Department of Human Settlement faces some ongoing challenges such as slow project execution, procurement delays, and underutilization of funds, particularly in the informal settlements and for emergency housing. In addressing these issues, an improved planning, better coordination with provinces, tackling blocked projects, and the implementation of more efficient financial management and consequence management for unspent grants will be required, Honorable Minister. For example, the department in the third quarter of 24-25 achieved all its 26 set of its targets, coupled with improvements in internal verification process and on addressing block projects to improve performance. Notwithstanding the aforementioned, there are challenges relating to the upgrading of informal settlements, eradicating mud houses, increasing supply of affordable housing and rental stock, acquiring and releasing well-located land, as well as implementing catalytic human settlement projects, and the effective delivery of title deeds to ensure security of tenure. Linked to this is the extent to which the department is responding to the MTDP targets and National Development Plan. This includes the work towards the achievement of the global commitment in the SDG 11, that is, to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, and the sections in the new urban agenda, which deal with informal settlements and slums. Given the decrease in budget allocations, the Department of Human Settlements noted that it will need to increase public-private partnerships and improve capacity at the local government level. To this end, new regulations for the First Home Finance Program have broadened the scope to include more financing institutions. As a result, the department should apprise the committee on the progress relating to the service level agreements that have been concluded with various financial institutions. The development of a human settlement development bank intends to deliver on developmental outputs covering elements such as bridging finance to developers and construction companies in the affordable home ownership and subsidy housing markets. A policy framework for this bank has been approved and once reworked based on the comments from the National Treasury. However, its finalization and tabling in Parliament has been delayed, Honorable Minister, making it a slow-moving but high-priority legislative initiative for the department. To this end, the committee will also need to be apprised on the progress in this regard. Honorable members, coming back to the issues we are going to discuss with the AG of South Africa, we want to congratulate Minister SHRA for sustaining the clean audit. I think SHRA has been on this trajectory for quite some time, and we are happy that they are able to sustain it. We also want to congratulate HDA for achieving clean audit, joining SHRA. Of course, we are worried about PPRA, which is supposed to lead transformation, for not responding appropriately to the audit process, hence their qualification. More worrying is the continuous underperformance of NHFC, performing below 50%, while others are performing in the 80s. And maybe with the appointment of the board, Honorable Minister, there will be improvement in this regard, because it is also one of the entities that must assist us with transforming the sector. We want to congratulate you, Minister, for signing the MOU with UN Habitat. I'm told the executive director of that office is from Brazil, and it is the intention of this committee to visit Brazil at some stage. Maybe we will need, Minister, to brief the committee, not today, but create time for the Minister to brief the committee about the content and implications of the signed MOU and how it will benefit us as South Africans, and also engage with the executive director on her understanding of this MOU. I will talk to the secretary of the portfolio committee to engage the office of the DG and the minister to make sure that the portfolio committee can be briefed about this important milestone, the MOU with UN Habitat. Welcome, honorable members. Welcome, delegation from AG South Africa. Welcome, Minister, with your delegation, and the leadership of the administration on behalf of the DG. We welcome you all who are on the platform. Having said that, let me give the Minister to do her political remarks, and thereafter we'll then listen to AG South Africa. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to all the honorable members of the portfolio. Chair, thank you for appreciating and accepting on behalf of the committee the apology from both the DM and the DG. Of course, I have got capable DDGs who are in attendance here. Chair, you have touched on quite a number of issues that I had wanted to touch on. They are a concern to us as well, including the going concern of both PPRA and CISOs, the review of the finance model for HDA, which the department is seized with. Our deliberations, Chair, with the Office of the Auditor-General of South Africa are very much on par and level. We meet as consistently as we should. I have learned quite a great deal from the Office of the Auditor-General in relation even to previous audits, the areas of importance and growth that we may have to focus on as a department, including the entities, the acceleration thereof. Under the leadership of DDG Ngongo, we've met as the department all entities in terms of the review. Internally, household, we looked into our performance in the APPs. We looked into the financials assisted by the CFO as well. We looked into the overall performance and the challenges that our entities have and how best could we encourage them and support as the shareholder. We have had meetings with SHRA where the department was able to assist in terms of the review of some of the positions and the occupational work dispensation that they were having, which was creating challenges in the office of the CFO and some of the duties which we were cross-cutting into human resources. A team that was delegated from the department to assist SHRA and came back with a positive report, and we are able to assist there. Our discussion with PPRA Chair and CISOs is taking the very same approach, that we relook into the challenges that they are having as raised by the AG, but also in terms of the performance as well, so that we could be able to see how best we could have the assistance that, as the shareholder, will also ensure that we give into the entities to give them a support. We have supported all the entities with the PPRA sitting tomorrow, I think, as our last entity in terms of guiding them into their strategic plan and the review. I have been able to be in attendance of all the entities and their strat plan. Unfortunately, on some, I wouldn't be able to spend the entire day, but at least I'll be able to sit into what will they be terming the review and the forecast and the strategy of how best we could propel our entities. Chair, we take note of the UN Habitat. I'm sure it would have arrived to you as well, and the honorable members, that the President has already signed the presidential minute permitting the signing, which then has already taken place with the Executive Director. We have already had sessions between the department and IGR led by DDG Ngongo, with the UN Habitat and the Executive Director, who coincidentally was in attendance in Johannesburg as part of the U20 summit, which was hosted by the City of Johannesburg and the City of Tshwane. We've had side discussions with the Executive Director. They are very stark realities which are the same in the slums, as they call them, in informal settlement, as we refer to them in our country with Brazil. In fact, Executive Director was very much keen to also coincidentally start an engagement and exchange process with ourselves, and the department, particularly with the team of informal settlement where DDG Ngaka is currently acting. So I think it could be opportune, Chair, to extend those discussions jointly with the committee and see if the committee also can be part of deliberations, and we learn also on how best could we improve on them. My last comment, Chair, will be an indication. You will recall with honorable members that we made a commitment on hosting the IBT summit in September. Unfortunately, with the office of the president and the president wanting to be in attendance himself, we felt we needed to extend, assisted by the team of Vulindlela in the presidency, the increase of the academia and the stakeholders who are in the built environment, particularly in relation to alternative building material, so that the summit also can, as it sits, possibly be able to come out with recommendations that honorable members can be able to receive as well. And we look as to whether are there any other means linking into the learnings of how India and Brazil are also dealing with the alternative building material. The tentative date that the Office of the President suggested is the beginning of March, immediately coming out of the State of the Nation, or as a part of the rollout after the State of the Nation between the end of February and beginning March. We'll keep members updated. Chair, I think it will be appropriate for us to come as a department once we have concluded and finalized the concept note, to share it with honorable members so that they could also shape and tweak before the date that would be finalized. We do so, Chair, in thought so that honorable members could also be able to have their views incorporated into the program, but also to give shape and steer on how best could we be responsive as a department in terms of incorporating alternative built materials, which seems to be the way of doing things internationally and even in Africa. Very interestingly, as we come to present to honorable members, they will even realize that our South African companies are now building strongly in most African countries, our neighboring SADC countries, using alternative building material, and we seem to be slow in starting up ourselves. This coincidentally is a discussion we held as well in the cluster yesterday, as we were looking for financial reforms in government on how do we maximize on routes and ways that NHBRC, for example, has already showing indication that there is a patterns of strength that are shown in the alternative built material that they are housing in our Eric Mulubi house in Soshanguve, which is a demonstration of all the built material that would have been approved under Agrimalek. Chair, I think let me end there by not really emphasizing and taking the cue from what the AG will raise. Suffice to say, as I have said, we have met before the commencement of the audit period, during the audit, and after the audit has been concluded. And I'm happy with the lessons that the AG has shared and the commitment that in the 14 days after this meeting, as per our last agreement in the meeting, after they've met the portfolio as well, in 14 days, we will, as the department, also submit and ensure that all the issues that have been raised are covered in all our action plan, including the entities, and I'll make sure that I follow through in terms of implementation of all the audit plans. We congratulate SHRA and HDA on their clean audit outcome, and we also encourage PPRA with a plan that we will submit, obviously, to the team and the portfolio of ensuring that we assist them to cross the Rubicon as well. Chair, with that, thank you very much to honorable members. I'll be in attendance until the hour of 12 when I join the cluster at the Union Building. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think it's a good thing that you are intending to have that summit. I know honorable members would be interested in that summit, including attending the summit, because members have been worried about the issue of alternative build material. I also bumped into somebody who's doing TRUs in Eastern Cape. He came to me because he was complaining about payment, but he showed me some pictures of what they are doing. I don't know whether the minister is aware. I saw it to be a very good intervention. I think we can take discussions, Minister, offline, and you look at it and see whether it's not something that you can move forward with. I know you have plans. You're trying to come up with plans of resolving the issue of TRUs. Instead of continuously being temporary, you devise something that will immediately be permanent. I know you are still planning on that, but we'll have that discussions. Thanks very much for your comments. Let me immediately allow AGSA to come in. I agreed with them that I'll give them 30 minutes for their presentation so that we can allow members to engage with their presentation. Tinzwalo?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to you and to all the honorable members in the call, to the Honorable Minister as well, and the department officials that are in the call. Good morning. My name is Tinzwalo Masia. I am the Deputy Business Unit Leader from the Auditor-General. I am not alone, Chairperson. I just want to start by introducing the dynamic team that I work with. I will just ask them to switch on their videos so that you can get to see who audit this big portfolio that we are responsible for. I'll start with Leanne Alat, who is the Senior Manager responsible for auditing the National Department, CISOs and NHBRC, and she is the overall lead Senior Manager that coordinates the work that we do in the whole sector. We also have Putehi Matladi, who is the Senior Manager responsible for NHFC Group. Putehi is there. We also have Tsepo Shabangu, as he switches on his camera as well. Tsepo is responsible for the audit of HDA. It seems he is struggling to switch on his camera, but I'm sure he will do in due course. There is Tsepo Shabangu. Thank you, Tsepo, for joining. We also have Mashudu Ravele, who is the Senior Manager responsible for auditing the PPRA group. Mashudu is there. We also have our senior managers in the specialized business unit that deploy to us the build environment specialists to audit the projects in this human settlement sector. And that will be Nancy Mketwa, If Nancy can also switch on her video, as well as Paseka Zinane. Thank you. Those are our two colleagues from the specialized business unit that deploy the engineers and all the build environment specialists that we need to audit the project. We also have one of our audit managers who is Tabon Tuli, who is also in the call, and that is the dynamic team that is auditing the department and all the entities in the portfolio. I will then share the presentation. Can you confirm if you can see the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me see if I can move this thing because it's disturbing me. Okay. Thank you. So let me then get to the business of the day, which is the presentation within the allocated time that the chairperson, the Honorable Chairperson, has given us. So we start with our mission as the Auditor-General, which is well known by the honorable members and the Honorable Chairperson. However, I'll just recite it. We have a constitutional mandate as the Supreme Audit Institution to audit public sector to strengthen the country's democracy, thereby building confidence through our audit and enabling accountability and oversight. And it is for the purpose of this meeting that we are here to share the audit outcomes for the year performance year 2024-25, so that we can empower the honorable members to be able to exercise their oversight responsibility over the department and the entities, and through the insights that we'll share for the sector as well. The Honorable Chairperson, you know, the honorable members, that 3 years ago we introduced our strategy, which is called Culture Shift. And coupled with that, we came up with this measure, which is called the PATI measure, which is performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. What this measure is trying to do, it is to say, how will we know that the culture is shifting in public sector? So we came up with these attributes which we look for, and they give us indication of whether there are shifts towards a positive impact on the lived experiences of the citizen through performance, which is measured in terms of the targets that are set by the portfolio and whether those are being achieved, and whether there is credible reporting around performance information or service delivery. We also look at accountability, which is an attribute that is communicating that where things are not done in line with the regulations and the laws and the principles, there is consequence management that we are seeing in the portfolio as well as in the sector. We also have the attribute of transparency, which is saying that the portfolio is able to prepare financial statements and timely submit those for the audit and table them so that all the citizens can see the performance of the portfolio. And then the last one is institutional integrity, which is the tone that is set from the top. We are likely to see how this attribute is measured through a culture that does not tolerate non-compliances or deviating from laws and responsibilities, and through the leadership that is not associated with maladministration and any mismanagement allegations that may be in existence. So as I continue to unpack the presentation, I will use these attributes to indicate whether the culture is shifting or it is not shifting. And then also when we introduced the culture shift, we came up with the accountability ecosystem, which was an acceptance tool from our side to say the Auditor-General on its own is not going to be able to shift public sector culture. Our job is to influence all the role players through the work that we do as per the constitutional mandate. And what we will do, we will extract insights, audit insights, ensure with all the relevant role players. We will influence all the role players by engaging on a continuous basis, sharing alternative measures and recommendations that can be implemented to improve the performance and ultimately improve the lived experiences of the citizens. And also where we see things not being done, we will use our powers to issue material irregularities, which is speaking to enforcement. But the accountability ecosystem is also another thing that I'm going to reflect on, which is saying that everybody has a role to play, starting with the officials, senior management, internal auditors, audit committee, accounting officer, and the board, as well as the ministry, all the way until we get to the legislature and parliament. So you will see that in certain places, we will try and unpack where the possible strengths or disciplines could be leveraged so that these role players are able to provide assurance and can assist the portfolio to improve the performance. Now, if we then get to the core of the presentation, we start with the recommendations that were made last year to the ministry insofar as the performance of the whole portfolio is concerned. We gave 3 recommendations which were then also adopted as commitments, and we are just starting here by reflecting on whether those have been implemented or they are in progress or they are not implemented. So green means implemented, yellow means it's in progress, red is not implemented. And you will see that the blocks we've put on this recommendation is yellow to say all these 3 are in progress. So the first one was in relation to a need to fast track the process of acquiring an automated system that will be used as a reliable source of determining the national housing registry or the national housing need for the whole sector across the country. We are happy to say that we are seeing some progress in this as the acquisition process has started. And the paperwork is underway to get this system that needs to be developed and implemented across the sector. Yeah, so we are happy to report that we are seeing some movement in that space. The second one, it was with relation to ensuring that there is cohesion and alignment in ensuring that the annual targets of the sector are in line with the medium-term development plan, but not only that, but also to ensure that standardized sector priorities are being tracked by everyone in the provinces and in the sector, but also to ensure that the national department, through the lead of the DG, is also tracking the achievement and influencing the provinces with the support of the minister to ensure that there is that achievement of the set targets for the sector. So we are saying that this is in progress. The reason why it is not yet fully implemented is because the medium-term development plan was completed very late in the 2024-25. So it will be best to continue to track this in the 2025-26 financial year. The last recommendation was with regards to effective implementation of controls and monitoring of action plans to address repeat findings and to ensure that there is improvement related to the audit findings that would have been raised in the previous year. So as it has already been reflected by the Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable Minister, you will see that our results for this year are showing significant improvement in some of the entities, which is showing that these plans were effectively managed and monitored, and there was accountability to ensure that everything that needed to be corrected is corrected and prevented from reoccurring. However, there are still entities that still had repeat findings that still need to improve, which we will reflect on. So we are saying it is also in progress. This is just a snapshot on slide 5 that is just showing what we are covering on the portfolio, which is the department and all these entities. But also what I want to add is that when it comes to SHRA, SHRA is a Section 4.3 audit, which means it is an audit that we have opted to give to private sector to audit, so we are not auditing it ourselves. So we will only include the audit outcomes, we will not further engage on it. Included in this portfolio, we also have 2 dormant entities, which is Tubelisha and SafeCon Housing Solutions. So we are just saying that these are dormant entities, which there were no financial statements that were prepared, and therefore there was no audit that was done on them. Now, when we get to the overall audit outcomes, starting from the previous year, you can see when you look at 2023-24 and you compare it with 2024-25 that there is an improvement. Starting with the clean audits, where in the previous year only SHRA received a clean audit in this portfolio. This year we have HDA that has joined the block, which is a very good story to tell about where HDA is coming from, particularly when we look back on the journey that we have walked with HDA. When we took it over 3 years ago, it was sitting with multiple paragraphs of qualification paragraphs in their financial statements, over 10 qualification paragraphs that they were sitting with, to today sitting with a clean audit, which is saying that their financial statements were of quality. There were no material adjustment that needed to be made. That is a good story and a good sign of culture shifting in public sector. When we look at the unqualified audit findings, maybe let me start with the qualified. So in 2023-24, CISOs together with PPRA were the only entities in the portfolio that were qualified, which means their financial statements that they submitted were not of quality and had material issues which they could not address in the previous year, and that resulted in both CISOs and PPRA being qualified. We are happy to see the improvement that CISOs has made to get out of the qualification area. What we saw from CISOs is them timeously submitting the financial statement and timeously providing all supporting documents that were required, which was very different from the experience of the previous year. And this enabled them to be audited timeously by the auditors, even though there were material adjustments that had to be made in their financial statement. They were lucky enough to be able to process all the changes that needed to be made in their financial statement, and that took them out of the qualification. We hope that they will continue with their action plans and work hard to even improve better and not have any material adjustment in the following year that needs to be corrected. PPRA then remain the only entity that is still qualified on the same areas that they were qualified on in the previous year, which is receivables and payables. We will talk to the issues relating to PPRA, but it is regrettable that they have not been able to shift and improve in the preparation of quality financial statements. NHFC also submitted financial statements that had material issues that had to be corrected as well. They were able to correct. We did have some challenges with the finalization of the audit of NHFC as one of their associates, as it is a group. It took a bit of time to be finalized from an audit point of view, and that resulted in that audit being delayed to be signed off, but we are happy to say it is finally signed off, and the audit outcome they have is unqualified with findings, which we will reflect on. The department remains stagnant from the audit outcome perspective, where they have received an unqualified with findings as well, but there are some improvement which I will speak to in the areas to come, in the slides to come. Now on slide 7, which is supplementing what I just spoke to now, when you look at this graphic of red and green, we measure whether the financial statements that were submitted to the auditors were of quality. And how we measure that is if those financial statements did not have any material errors that needed to be corrected before they are accepted and signed off. And NHBRC and the department had financial statements that were of quality together with HDA, where there were no material issues that we identified or material errors that we identified. And this is good. And this is a continuation, which we want to say they must keep it up. And we hope that they will improve the other areas so that they can be like HDA and receive a clean audit outcome. And then the 3 entities, as I've already spoken to them, PPRA, CSOS, and NHFC had material issues in their financial statement. However, PPRA was not able to address those issues, hence they received a qualified audit opinion. When you look at the landscape of internal controls that we deem to be poor in the portfolio that would have resulted in these material misstatements that were identified, the ones that were corrected and the ones that could not be corrected, are mainly in relation to in-year and year-end reporting. The disciplines to ensure that there are processes to reconcile all the transactions that have taken place throughout the year and carry them forward from the previous year needs to be improved. Those controls are very poor. Also, the reviews and monitoring on and compliance, we also noticed that this is very poor. Had the accountability ecosystem role players such as senior management, internal audit committee, had they done a thorough review and provided assurance, some of the errors that we pick up from this financial statement could have been prevented. And that is the game changer that we have seen with HDA, where they really took their action plan very serious. They really ensured that there was consistent enforcement of internal control measures, being it proper record keeping, being it daily and monthly and quarterly reconciliations that needed to be made, and really respecting every single recommendation that they got from the audit team and adopting that in their action plan. And those disciplines, together with them establishing an in-house internal audit, have assisted them to turn around the entity and strengthen their internal controls, which then produce the clean audit. So if I'm asked, what is it that PPRA needs to do? This will be a mirror of what can be considered to be done at PPRA to ensure that also their processes are turned around and strengthened to improve the audit outcomes. When we come to performance information, We also assess the credibility of the annual performance reports that we receive to say everything that is contained as achievement in the performance report, is it tying nicely and correctly to the supporting documents before we even audit, such that when we audit, we don't pick up errors or misalignments of what has been reported versus what the documentation is telling us. And we are happy to commend HDA, CISOs, and PPRA for a change. It's good that PPRA, when it comes to their performance report, they did not have material issues on the annual performance report that they submitted for the audit, which is good, and that they must continue keeping it tight like that. Same with CISOs. They did not have any material issues in their annual performance report, which is great. And the same with HDA. However, the National Department, as well as NHBRC and NHFC, had material issues in their annual performance reports, which we audited. And even after we had audited, this unfortunately could not be resolved. Hence, even after the audit, their annual performance report had material findings that we have raised. So just to give an example, when it comes to NHBRC, they reported an achievement of 27,000 homes that they inspected. However, when we looked at the audit evidence did not support that achievement. Same with the department, they reported an achievement of 121 informal settlements that they had assessed. However, when we looked at the supporting documents, there was no alignment to the number that they said they assessed for informal settlements. Same with NHFC, they reported an achievement of 600 million for the value of disbursement in relation to first home finance grant. However, when we looked at supporting evidence, there were misalignment to what they had reported as the value of grant that was disbursed. And same with this achievement as well, just that one is in rent value, this one is in the number of subsidies that had been disbursed. So those misalignments resulted in us raising material issues on their performance information and deeming it not to be reliable. And then this is a very important slide, slide 9, Honorable Chairperson and the Honorable Members, which I want to flag. So if we start with HDA, this is the slide that is very close to linking the audit outcome to the impact, to assessing whether there's impact on the lived experiences of the citizen. So if we start with HDA, which has done so well and received a clean audit, they accounted for all the money that they spent appropriately in line with the accounting standards. They reflected on the achievement of their targets in line with the supporting documents to demonstrate the actual work that they performed. However, it is a concern that there's 14% of the targets that they set for themselves, which they did not achieve. That should concern us, even though 14% is less than when you compare to the other entities, but we must start with them. We start with them because they are now sitting in a position where they are able to do the basic by demonstrating that they could achieve a clean audit. And therefore, we need to encourage them to now be more impactful from a service delivery point of view. So if you zoom into some of the targets that they did not achieve, one of the ones that affects HDA is the number of housing units delivered in respect to projects implemented by HDA. Housing delivery unit, that is at the heart of HDA's mandate. So it should concern us that there is 14% of the targets that they've set for themselves, which they did not achieve. If we look at the National Department as well, the National Department transfer billions of grants to provinces and municipalities for the implementation of the mandate in terms of delivery of housing. So they have a target, as you can see, that they only achieve 69% of their targets. There's 31% of their targets which were not achieved Two of those, the first one is the percentage of support that they provide to provinces for the delivery of BNG units. And when I continue with this presentation, what you will learn is that this very target from the provinces are struggling to achieve it, which means the support that the national department provide to the provinces is very, very important. And it is important that this is achieved so that we can accelerate achievement across the sector in the provinces. The same with the second one, which is the percentage of support provided to provinces and metros in delivering service sites. This is also critical to the delivery of infrastructure. Without the service site, there is no project that can really be developed and delivered to the citizens. But I cannot move on from this slide without emphasizing NHFC group, which sit with more than 50% of their targets not achieved. That is a concern, because it is these targets that should bring this portfolio closer to shifting the lived experiences of the citizens towards a positive impact. Same with PPRA. 40% of their targets they could not achieve. That is a huge number that I just wanted to elevate. And we have given some of the examples of some of the targets that were not achieved. So I think you do get the point that I wanted to elevate. Now, moving to compliance with laws and regulations. There's this thing, Chairperson, that keeps disturbing me. I just want to move it up. Thank you, so that I can see the screen here at the bottom. So compliance with laws and regulation is also a very critical area that we audit, which speaks to the institutional integrity. If the portfolio complies with laws and regulation, that means they will be closer to being measured as one of the portfolios that is able to demonstrate an outstanding institutional integrity lever of culture shift. But when we look at these subject matters that we usually audit on compliance, let's start with a good story. So it is commendable to see the department not having any material non-compliance on all the subject matters. In the previous year, they had a paragraph on consequence management. We can see that they have improved and they no longer have that paragraph. So kudos to the national department for the improvement they have made and for leading from the front, because if they comply with all subject matters, then the oversight that they play on the portfolio is even much enhanced and respected. And then also HDA did not have any qualification or any material paragraphs on non-compliance, which is great. And then NHBRC is only just struggling with consequence management. So we are urging NHBRC to deal with these consequence management issues, which I will unpack soon, so that they can get to a clean audit. But when you look at PPRA, almost all these subject matters, they have material issues. It's only procurement and contract management where they did not have a paragraph. And this calls for a turnaround. It calls for help, calls for really action plan that will be decisive in how this entity can be assisted from where they currently are sitting at. NHFC as well, they sit with 3 material issues from compliance in terms of the subject matters on compliance. So procurement issues, the fact that their financial statement did not comply with the accounting standards, the fact that they could not prevent irregular expenditure as well. So they sit with those paragraphs. CISOs sit with 2 paragraphs. I think CISOs has also made an improvement compared to the previous year, but there is a need for them to also address these 2 paragraphs that they are sitting with, which is consequence management as well as the quality of financial statements, which should comply with accounting standards going forward. So until such time that this table is clean, we will not really see a full cycle that is saying this is a portfolio that drives accountability, this is a portfolio that drives institutional integrity. If we sit with a number of subject matters on laws and regulations that are not being adhered to. This slide is about irregular expenditure for the current year. The graphic shows that the irregular expenditure has slightly increased from 79 million to 98 million in the current year. And part of that 98 million, 81.4 million comes from NHFC, which is about 80% of the current year's irregular expenditure. So there is a need, the call to action from which we have also shared with the minister, there's a need for the irregularities that were incurred at NHFC and all these entities to be dealt with as it is expected from the PFMA, that where irregular expenditure could not be prevented, there should be consequence management, it should be investigated, it should be determined who has caused such irregular expenditure, and such irregular expenditure should be recovered where possible, or written off or condoned, but it must be dealt with. There should be consequence management for this huge value of irregular expenditure, of which 80% of it come from NHFC. Also, what I want to lift on this slide is the fact that over and above this 98 million, there's also other irregular expenditure that has been disclosed in the annual reports of these auditees as irregular expenditure under assessment. So irregular expenditure under assessment, the framework from National Treasury says that if we identify instances of irregular expenditure, which management does not agree with, that such are instances of irregular expenditure, they can escalate such irregular expenditure to National Treasury, and then once it is confirmed, it will then be moved to the balance that you see of 98 million. So I wanted to bring that to the attention. It is very important that the members read this number in conjunction with other instances of irregular expenditure under assessment that the department and its entities have incurred. So we have 31 million of irregular expenditure that was disclosed as under assessment, of which 10.6 comes from NHFC relating to a lease contract, which they are just disputing the fact around it that has resulted in it to be irregular. And then we have 18.5, which relate to the department, part of which there is a court case linked to, I think it is about 11 million of this irregular expenditure that is under assessment. So they're just waiting for that court case to be finalized. And the other part, they have escalated it to National Treasury because they are disputing that it is irregular. And then NHBRC has 1.5. So why am I sharing this, Honorable Chairperson? I want the honorable members to read the 81 million, for example, from NHFC, which relates to loans that were written off, which has resulted, which were not approved at the appropriate level. That should also include the 10.6 lease contract. And all of it should be dealt with from a consequence management. PPRA does not have any irregular expenditure that was disclosed as under assessment, so they only have the 14.5 million, and CISOs only have 1.1 million, but the other entities have additional irregular expenditure that should be taken into account. And then from a consequence management, which is the reference I was making to the requirement of PFMA that requires that if there's irregular expenditure that was incurred, it should be dealt with. It should be investigated. Money should be recovered or it should be written off, or it should be condoned, so that we can have clean books that are promoting accountability and institutional integrity. So here in this graph, we are assessing whether the historic irregular expenditure, including what is coming from the previous slide, how is that balance looking? So last year, we were sitting with over 1 billion of irregular expenditure, which had not been dealt with. This has come down to 829 million in the current year, which has not been dealt with. Ideally, if there is consequence management in the portfolio, this graph should get to zero. So we should clean all of it. It should get to zero to show that the institutional integrity of the portfolio is on top, and there is consequence management, and there is zero tolerance for non-compliances with laws and regulation. However, what we are seeing here is that from the previous year's balance, only 31% of such irregular expenditure was dealt with. 69% is still not dealt with. In the current year, the overall balance that we are sitting with, only 16% of irregular expenditure was dealt with, 84% is still not dealt with. And then when we break it down, the top contributors of irregular expenditure that has not been dealt with, which makes about 700 million, comes from NHBRC, HDA, NHFC, and PPRA, with NHBRC sitting with 316 million, HDA sitting with 261 million, and the rest following. The takeaway from this slide, Honorable Chairperson, is that there is less effort to really deal with irregular expenditure that has come from the past. And you can even see with these wheels that I have on my bottom right, that irregular expenditure that has been, monies that have been recovered from this irregular expenditure in the context of the 1 billion from the previous year and the 829 million, only 20.4 million was recovered. Only 207 was written off. Only 146 was condoned. So if you look at these figures compared to the huge value of irregular expenditure that we are coming with, carrying from the previous years, the effort to deal with irregular expenditure and finalize it and not only investigate is low, and it requires attention. Now, we are done with compliance, financial statements, and performance report. Now we zoom into the sector just to reflect on how the sector has performed. Honorable Chairperson, I'm going to swiftly finish. I am mindful of time. So on this graphic, we reflect on the standardized indicators which we are agreed upon with the whole sector, which is all the 9 provinces, to assess whether these indicators, firstly, whether they were prioritized, meaning they were included in the annual performance plans of the provinces. Secondly, whether the targets that were set for all these provinces, whether the provinces have achieved those targets or not achieved those targets. So the first indicator that we are dealing with is the number of breaking new grounds, the BNG houses delivered, which I made reference to at the top slides. And you can see that only Gauteng, KZN, and Limpopo has achieved that target. The other provinces did not achieve the target. And then the second one is the number of service sites delivered. I am happy to say that this is the only target on the standardized targets that has been, where the target has been met and exceeded. So if we start with the number of BNG houses delivered, you will see that the target was sitting at 38,000 and the sector has only achieved 35,000, which means it fell short of 3,000 to achieve the overall target on that indicator. When it comes to the number of service sites delivered, the sector had a target of 31,000. It is good to see that they have achieved more than 31,000, sitting at 46,000. So that is commendable. However, when it comes to all the targets that were set to deal with the backlog relating to title deeds and also deal with the current demands of title deeds, firstly, Mpumalanga did not prioritize these targets. They did not include them in their APP as a start. And secondly, only Northern Cape and Western Cape have achieved all the targets that were set related to title deeds. The other provinces did not achieve all or majority of those targets that were set on the title deeds. This slide speaks to the heart of service delivery insofar as housing is concerned or human settlements is concerned. And we all need to play our role on that accountability ecosystem to ensure that there is accountability, to ensure that everybody is playing their role to fast track the achievement of this sector targets so that we can see the lived experiences of the citizens improving on the ground. Honorable Chairperson, we also thought, and also in line with your request, Honorable Chairperson, that it will be critical to also just show the sector audit outcome of all the provinces. So we sit in terms of clean audit, there's only one province that is clean, which is Western Cape. All the other provinces are sitting with unqualified audit outcomes with findings, which means it's either they had adjustments on their financial statements or they have material issues in their compliance and they have material issues in their performance information. And here we just show that breakdown that shows where their areas of concerns are coming from. So if you look at the table, Western Cape does not have any of the issues in all these areas, hence they are clean. Where else all the other auditees, they had issues in their AOPO with the exception of Northwest, Northern Cape and Eastern Cape. So I will not emphasize this slide. We just wanted to show you where the portfolio and how the portfolio has performed. The slide I want to just elevate is this one, which is reflecting the continued work that our dynamic team of the build environment specialists do on the delivery of infrastructure in the human settlement space. So in the current year, we selected 24 projects which were audited from a project life cycle perspective. Of those 24 projects, 12 were being followed up from the work that had been done in the previous year, and 12 were new projects. And the findings are summarized as follows. 83% of the projects that the team looked at had been delayed. They had time issues. They were not being finalized in line with the timelines that were initially set. 54% of those projects had cost overrun, which means more money was being spent than what was initially allocated for those projects. 63% of those projects that have been looked at had quality issues, which means defects, cracks, and other compromises that is compromising the quality of the structure. And 25% of those projects had commissioning issues, which means the project had been finalized, but for one or two reasons, were not being utilized. And we will just give you some of the examples of what has come from that work. So on this slide, we are giving you examples of the projects that were visited. The first one, it relates to the Madadeni H39 housing project in KZN, where we are flagging a significantly delayed project of this housing project. This project was initiated in 2009 and with the intention to build 500 housing units. To this day, only 113 have been completed. So the beneficiaries that were identified who have been waiting for those houses since 2009 are still waiting to this day. On the other hand, on some of the, within the 113 that have been completed, These are some of the quality defects that the team was able to note when they inspected some of these houses as reflected on top. Here we also show example of inadequate structures that were approved by local government because money flows from the national departments to metros to build these units. And then over here, we are showing an example, another example of a delayed project. This was a follow-up project. In 25 April 2024, when the team visited this project, it had this structure which had been built, not complete, without a roof. And then a year later, when the team went back on the 7th of May 2025, this is how the house looks like. But now, even though there is a roof, it still cannot be used because there are no windows, there's no doors. You can see how this house has been closed. And meanwhile, the beneficiary continued to use a mud house because these houses are just taking too long to be completed. These are further quality issues that the team was able to note on the projects that they have visited. However, what I want to flag here on the slide is the work that the dynamic team from the Auditor-General of South Africa has done on really linking the mandate of NHBRC and the crucial support they ought to do to support the sector to ensure that the houses that are being delivered as infrastructure are of quality. So there were findings from the 12 projects that were audited, which we assessed the work that was being done by, or that was expected to be done by NHBRC. First is, we noted that the NHBRC was not conducting compliance building inspections. We noted that no appropriate identification of potential structure integrity issues was being done. We noted that out of the 17 projects that were selected, only 5 were enrolled by NHBRC. And through our interactions with NHBRC, we've learned that NHBRC only do their inspection and quality work that they do only if the projects are enrolled with them. So if out of the 17 that we selected, only 5 were enrolled, you can just imagine the value that has been lost to ensure that the contractors or the builders are really doing a proper job. We also noted issues of NHBRC reporting invalid inspections, which we have also raised from the audit of performance information, where there were instances where they said to have conducted inspections, but when we trace such inspections to supporting documents, we could not validate, or there was no alignment with the supporting documents. And then here we just give one of the examples where NHBRC indicated that there were no structural cracks that were observed when they visited the home. However, when the team went to visit the very same home, they identified, in contrary, issues and cracks and insufficient carrying and other quality defects on the very same project that was said to have been inspected, and there were no issues noted by NHBRC. And then quickly on the slide, in the previous year, we shared insights on the use of the National Housing Needs Register and the use of the HSS system, which is the one that is used to allocate the project and the beneficiaries. This is a continued message from the previous year. We are noting that the number of projects or beneficiaries that we could see, or the number of provinces that are using this register has slightly increased from 6.86% in the previous year to only 7.81%. So holistically, a lot of provinces are not using the National Needs Housing Register, which means without an automated system, which we have recommended in the previous year, reliance cannot be placed on this to determine how big is the housing need in South Africa, because it is not being consistently used by all the provinces. So this slide is just saying that it will really be crucial to get that process of procuring a new system to be finalized, so that one system that will do everything and assist the sector to be able to monitor the projects on the ground, but also to be able to determine how many people are still applying for houses and how many people are being allocated. It will go a long way if that system can be purchased successfully. And then here is the message on the title deeds, which you already saw, that majority of the provinces are not achieving these targets. So we just wanted to show holistically what was the total sector target that was set for 2024-25 and what was the actual achievement, which is sitting at 25,000 title deeds that have been registered, and then over the 45,000 that was set. But also we elevate the fact that in the current year, which is 2024-25, a target of 45,000 was set, whereas if you look at the actual achievement of 2023-24, the sector was actually able to achieve a much higher number of title deeds that were registered, which was sitting at 113,000. So had that base been used to set the targets, perhaps it would have encouraged the sector to even perform higher. But already the target for the current year was set at 40% level when you compare to the previous year, which means it is understated by 60% if one were to compare or to assume that they would have used last year's actual achievement as a base to set a target for the current year. So this slide is communicating that the issue of backlog, insofar as title deed is concerned, is going to continue to be an issue, because even the targets that are being set to address it are not sufficient. And even though they are low, they are not being achieved. And then on this slide, it's the reflection on the eradication of asbestos ceilings and also the eradication of mud houses. The message that we are sharing here is that there is less energy and effort being put to eradicate the asbestos houses when you compare the previous year and the current year. There's movement in some of the provinces, but holistically the provinces can do better. And you can see that some of the provinces are not even on the graph because they did not have any numbers to show that they are contributing in the eradication of asbestos, or that at least they are doing the assessment to determine how many they will need to eradicate. Same with the eradication of mud houses. There are some efforts, but I think in the previous year, some of the provinces would have done better than they have done this year. So it will be important that, similar to the standardized indicators that the sector has, that there is cohesion, that there is alignment across the sector together with national department to prioritize eradication of asbestos and mud houses, and that targets are being prioritized in the annual performance plans so that there is accountability where the provinces are held accountable for the funds that they are given to eradicate asbestos and mud houses. And then on the slide, we are just sharing the good story of HDA so that you know that as Auditor-General, we don't only look for findings. Where we see positive shifts in culture shift, we do elevate it. So this is a positive story, which we then explain how HDA was able to improve from the core of what they did exactly with their controls to turn around the environment. So we are reflecting on where their governance was when we took them we took them back to audit them in 2021-22, to where their governance structure is now, which has enabled them to be able to turn around the environment. How the outlook of their key management looked like then, which had vacancies, to now being stabilized and being able to prepare financial statements that fairly present the activities of the agency. Where they had issues with fiscal dumping, to now not being able to prevent such fiscal dumping coming from the provinces, and really having systems to ensure that they receive their money on time to be able to implement projects. So there is a lot that HDA is doing. I will just leave the rest of the insights on the slides and believe that the honorable members would have read. And then these are then the root causes that we have shared with the portfolio, which we think are the key issues why the portfolio is where it is, and should be focused intentionally in the action plans and addressed, so that we can see further improvement from what we have seen. And these are the recommendations that we've shared also with the minister, which the minister was aligned just on a high level. So what we are sharing as the 4 key root causes is instability in key positions that are linked with quality reporting on financial statement and performance management, where we noted that it is occupied by acting officials. This is affecting NHBRC, CSOs, PPRA, and NHFC. The minister has shared what she is doing in that space to address these issues. The other one is the audit action plans, which were not effectively developed, implemented, and monitored by assurance providers, including internal audit and audit committee. And this would have affected the findings that we still identified on the department, on CSOs, on NHBRC, NHFC, and PPRA. We also elevate the issue of slow movement in fast-tracking effective consequence management when it comes to irregular expenditure that would have been incurred by the portfolio as a whole. And we are saying this affect all, as you would have seen how big that graph on consequence management is. And then lastly, the ongoing deficiencies that are not addressed due to ineffective housing system. So the issue of the system that I was speaking to as I was sharing the sector insights. So what we are elevating as recommendation is the institutional capabilities that are critical to produce credible financial statements and performance information. So there should be stabilization to ensure that we do have the institutional capabilities for all these entities, so that we don't have, and it talks not only to the filling of position, but it also talks to the accountability ecosystem, where the senior officials that are there, they do their job, they review, they provide guidance. The internal audit, they do interim reviews or probate audits to ensure that they pick up things even before the audit is commenced. The second recommendation is the accounting authority or officer must establish institutional integrity to fast-track investigations and all related consequence management that should take place to deal with irregular expenditure coming from the past. And then we are calling on the audit committees in the portfolio to monitor and hold management accountable for the implementation of the action plan. And we believe that this is possible. It can be done. It was done at HDA. It can be done in the other entities. And then the executive authority to monitor and fast track the replacement of the automated system, which I think he is already doing that. Hence, there is progress that we are seeing. And we are hopeful that we will see that system being finalized and launched in the portfolio and the sector. And the last one, the accounting officer to enhance institutional capabilities to monitor and verify the delivery of infrastructure projects. As you would have seen, that quality defects, a problem, timeous finalization of projects is also a problem. And then lastly, these are just material irregularities in line with our mandate that we have issued from the sector. These relate to the provinces. The portfolio does not have any material irregularities, so we've just added it for information. And then this is the overall message that we are sharing with the portfolio committee. We hope that the insights that we have shared will empower the honorable members to hold the portfolio accountable and to monitor the key recommendations that we have given to the executive authority and the accounting officer, that those are being done. We hope that the committee will also monitor the adequacy of consequence management that will be taking place in this portfolio to deal with irregular expenditure, but also to deal with the culture of high performance and accountability. And we hope that you'll also prioritize as the portfolio committee, or put an eye in seeing that there is stabilization of key institutional capabilities, meaning those key positions such as the CFO, CEOs that are still remaining vacant, that those are being filled, and that you will require the portfolio to provide quarterly feedback in these areas that we are elevating to you. With that, Chairperson, I will stop sharing and my presentation is done.
Thank you. Think you have defied my instruction. We agreed on 30 minutes. You presented for 1 hour, 10 minutes. Because it has an impact on the engagement, because there's no need to brief the committee if they don't have time to engage with your presentation. Now they have only 30 minutes to deal with your presentation, which is a problem. Maybe, Secretary, moving forward, we need to plan differently when we have to engage with the AGSA. If you can note that, let's discuss it so that we plan differently. Because I saw last year and even now, it doesn't work. Okay. Let me see honorable members who wants to engage with the presentation. Let me see how many, so that I'm able to direct how we do it. I must indicate that we tried to talk to AG South Africa National Office to invite the Western Cape branch of AGSA, but they said it would cause problems if they are together in this meeting. They advised that we arrange a separate meeting to invite the AG Western Cape province, so that we're able to deal with the issues. Members, once I appoint, I'm no longer going to allow hands. If you think you want to speak, indicate by now, because I want to develop a process. But as I'm waiting for hands, let me check, Minister, because you are going to leave. Or let me ask from AGSA South Africa, NHFC, you say there was a writing off of debt which was not at the required level. Who has written it off? Do you know?
Yes, it was management. Putehi can come in just to provide the specifics. Putehi.
Thank you, Chair. On the question of the write-off, maybe just on the background, when the board's term ended end of March, there was that gap where the entity operated without the board in place, And in terms of the delegation of authority of the NHFC, the write-off of loans is delegated to the board. However, in the current year, there were some loans that were written off by management within the NHFC, which then were not in line with the delegation of authority. However, just to add context to that as well, I think subsequently after a new board came into place, then they have since ratified the write-off of the loan. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister, I don't want to put you on the spot. What's your view on this one? Any comment?
Thank you very much, Chair. As I've indicated, never mind, Chair, there's work happening at my neighbors. I just hope it wouldn't affect. I've tried to request them, but it doesn't look like we're aligning. I'll try my best to raise my voice. Chair, the AG office raised it with me. I requested DDG Mhlongo, who is acting at the time. DG was on leave until coming back to verify, because there were quite a number of requests which were made to my office for concurrent. If I haven't missed that, because at the time the AG was presenting as well, I was very much alert to the fact that I don't recall signing any issues pertaining to the write-offs. So I committed to the office of the AG that I will make a follow-up and check with the NFHC. And the explanation which then suffices, which has just been given now, is what was given, that ultimately the board dealt with them and they were forwarded to the office of the DG just for his noting. But I think we'll have to really look into it and clarify it. On Friday, when I met with the AG, I was not in the know of the write-offs.
Okay, I think it's a serious matter of concern. We'll need to follow it up. Honorable members, I see 245 hands. Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Poole, Honorable Frenchman, Honorable Garakile. The last one is Honorable Abada. Can I give
Chair.
Hello?
Mr. Kamete.
Oh, Gamete also. So
Yes.
it's six. It's six. Can I give you 5 minutes each? Engage with the AG directly. Without me, I will be looking at your watch. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Please allow me to keep my video off. I just have a problem with my internet. Thank you to the AG's office, and very good morning to all colleagues. Yeah, just a number of clarity-seeking questions in regards to the presentation. The first one really relates to the point around the housing needs register not being used by provinces. To what extent are we able to tell which provinces are those that are not using the housing needs register? And because there is no automated system, what is the system that is currently being used that the AG's office has been able to pick up? Two, in regards to the NHFC lease contract, this is an issue that has been long-standing within the NHFC. And I've noted that the AG says that there continues to be a dispute. Can we just get more information around that dispute? Because this is a dispute that has been going on for over 2 years. Why has it not been sorted out, and why is it remaining an issue? The failure of the NHFC to deal with this lease contract and the failure of the department to investigate this lease contract, has been raised a number of times that this is an issue and that there has been a lack of competence management on this issue. It really is concerning to me that it's still an issue that is being picked up by the AG. So can we just get more information as to why this dispute continues to happen? What is the nature of the dispute? I want to also understand in regards to the NHBRC, the fact that the AG or the team has picked up that the number of houses that have been inspected cannot be confirmed by the audit. So what does that mean in terms of the quality and the truthfulness of the work that is being submitted in regards to the NHBRC? The same can be said about the NHFC as it pertains to the 600 million rand disbursement, where again, it cannot be confirmed. There's no evidence that corroborates that indeed these funds were dispersed. So what is the status of that, and what does it mean that it cannot be corroborated? The same goes to the subsidies that relate to the NHFC. Again, we are told that it cannot be proven in the audit. Can we just get more clarity around that particular issue, what it relates to, what does it mean? And I think it's quite clear that the NHFC, with the highest irregular expenditure as per the Auditor-General's report, I think it stands at 81 million rand, clearly speaking to the fact that there's procurement in the entity that is done without competitive bidding. There's clear irregularities that are taking place in the entity. And as the AG has said, that there's clearly a lack of management in regards to what is happening there. So my question there really relates to the write-offs that have not been done in the proper process in regards to the delegated authority of who's supposed to be signing those write-offs that is picked up as an audit issue. Can we please get an indication of how those write-offs were done without the delegated authority? Who was responsible to sign those write-offs if the delegated authority did not sign them? Can we please have an understanding who are the individuals or the people who are in those positions that signed off those write-offs in the NHFC? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
AG?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to ask Leanne to deal with the question on NHBRC to clarify what does it mean that there were inspections which we could not confirm reliability. It relates to that, Leanne. Maybe assisted by Baseka, you guys can respond to that. And then Poteke will deal with all the three questions talking to NHFC, the lease contract, the 600 million, what does it mean? And then the irregular expenditure, who approved. Colleagues, can I ask you to just put your videos on, Leanne and Poteke, to respond to the questions from Honorable Mpiti?
Thank you.
Thanks, Poteke. You can go ahead.
Thank you, Etinsalo. Good morning, Chair, once again. Just to respond on the NHFC questions. On the issue around the leases, so this is a matter, correctly so, as mentioned by the member, Mpiti. This is an issue that we have highlighted in the previous year when we were engaging the committee. So the issue around the leases relates to the process that was followed when the leases were entered into by the NHFC. We had raised a couple of issues around the process that was followed, and there was a dispute between us and management. And the process was that then they escalated the matters to the National Treasury. And I think that's where then the delay has been. So as we speak now, we are still waiting for finalization of the matter from the National Treasury. So we have been engaging National Treasury, and there is that commitment that they will be responding to the issues as soon as they can. And then on the matters around the predetermined objectives, so this has to do with the First Home Finance. So on the disbursements and the reported achievements that were included in the annual performance report, and this is what the issues that Tinsolo was raising earlier around the quality of the annual performance report that we received during the audit. So this has to do with issues relating to schedules that support the reported performance. So we had identified instances where there were duplicated information within the schedules that supported the reported performance. And during the audit, management could not correct some of the duplicates. And also to highlight, there were also instances where there were duplicate payments to the partners. And through engagement with management, then there has been that commitment that there are some funds that are now being recovered from some of the partners that deals with first home finance. So this is a matter that we will be following up on in the next audit cycle. In terms of the matter about the write-off. So when there was no board in place, there was no accounting authority in place, there is executive management exco team that eventually approved the write-offs. And we have highlighted that that is not necessarily in line with the delegation of authority, which delegates a loan write-off to the accounting authority, which is the board. So this is a matter that we have highlighted, and we also reported it as irregular in the current year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Poteki. Leanne, if you can respond to the issue of who is not using the National Housing Register as well as the NHBRC issues. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Honorable Chair, members, and Minister, and everyone in attendance. So if I could respond to the question relating to the needs register. So in terms of, if I could just start by indicating that the utilization of the needs register currently is not compulsory. And therefore it's not been utilized by all the provinces. However, there is alternative methods that they are currently utilizing. So the provinces that are not utilizing the register is KZN, Limpopo, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and the Northwest has part utilization, where some of the municipalities are utilizing the register. So alternative measures that is being utilized is the waiting list, community engagements, councillors providing the relevant listings, as well as I think Western Cape having their own system in place in terms of identifying the needs and identifying the relevant beneficiaries. Then in terms of the question in relation to NHBRC, so we have identified that some of the reported inspections was not valid. This was mainly identified based on the inspections that was reported. We have noted that those inspections was reported. However, when we looked further into the supporting information, we identified that it wasn't possible that inspections could take place, and therefore it meant that those reported inspections were not valid. So the forms were signed as completed. However, the overall inspections was confirmed to be not valid. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Do I hand over back to you to give to the next honorable member?
Honorable Mpiti, are all your questions answered?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just there were two that I didn't really get. I didn't really get clarity on, Chair. If you would allow me just to get clarity. The one is related to the lease contract. In regards to the AG's office awaiting confirmation from the National Treasury. My question in regards to that was just to say that the dispute was already reported in the previous financial year. So just to give clarity, my understanding is that the dispute that has been put forward to the National Treasury has taken over a year to receive a response from National Treasury. Is that what the AG is saying? Because this particular dispute that I refer to is a dispute already sent to Treasury over a year ago. So the AG is saying that it has taken over a year for the National Treasury to respond. guidelines. I just wanted to understand that because it's still not clear to me. It's a dispute that has been long overdue. And then the last thing in related to the write-offs, Chair, is just simply to say that it's ESCO. We understand that there was no executive authority in regards to the board. Can they just explain why it is irregular if there was no board? What was the alternative that the NHFC could have done if there was no board at the time that they needed to approve certain finances? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I don't know whether Honorable Minister, you want to come in or come in after AG?
I can come in after AG because this is an engagement with the AG. I wanted to come on a fact on how did we propose to the AG will remedy the issue, but they have to respond first. Thank you.
Okay. Tinzolo?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Maybe put take in terms of the timelines, just to confirm if this was escalated over the 12 months, but just the clarity as well. So this issue remain disclosed as irregular expenditure under assessment for the reasons that Putehi has spoken to, but he would clarify the issue of timelines, whether it was referred 12 months ago and then it's still sitting there. Putehi?
Thank you for that, Honorable Chair. On the maybe just to start with the one that Tinzolo also just clarified. So yes, it is correct. The comments by the Honorable Member Piti, that is the same issue. There was a delay on the finalization of the matter from the National Treasury. And as the office, as well as management, we have been doing some follow-ups. We have our National Technical Unit that also forms part of some technical committee at National Treasury. They have been trying to also push to ensure that the matter is finalized accordingly. However, there is still that delay, and it's currently receiving the attention in terms of follow-ups from the office. So it is correct that it's still the same matter. And for transparency purposes, the matter is also disclosed under a regular expenditure under assessment, which is what was reflected during the presentation, and it is included in the annual report. And on the matter around the write-offs, so the PFMA does allow in instances where there is no board in terms of which is the accounting authority. The section in the PFMA that requires that then the National Treasury can appoint someone in the interim while then there is that process to appoint a board in place. I think that was the alternative that could have been followed, but we did engage the minister, and I think there was that issue, a challenge in terms of who was the alternative individual. But I think the minister will be in a better position to respond to this one. Chair, thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity once more. I think Putehi has touched clearly on the issue of the response from National Treasury. I think after the discussion we had had also with the portfolio, I also, with the Office of the DG, tried to make follow-ups because honorable members will recall that Honorable Pete did indicate in the sitting that there was communication of some sort from National Treasury, which had not reached my office at the time until to date. So we do not have any formal response either from National Treasury on the issue of the response that the dispute was raised on. But the office of the AG is correct that it as part of the issues that have been raised, because there still stands no contrary view or a difference on what the AG's findings were. the figures have been declared under irregular expenditure. Chair, you will recall that at the commencement of the board, one of the commitments I made was to transfer or refer all the issues that pertain to this issue as a contract and issues which were related to investigation in relation to the issue of the CEO, but also one staff member who had written and complained also to the portfolio to be looked into by the board. I gave the board 30 days on its inception after my briefing with the chair, and I'm sitting with the preliminary report, Chair, which I'm still going to discuss and be able to come to conclusion. That's the part that I wanted to raise, Chair, which I've also raised with the AG. And in my opening remarks, I indicated that in our deliberations, as part of the action plan, including on the issues that were needed, were for us to submit the preliminary responses to the AG attached with the action plan on all the issues, including this one that they would have raised. The Office of the Auditor-General also raised the issue of the write-off. Chair, accompanying me was my advisor and the Chief of Staff, who we work very closely in exchange of communication. Unfortunately, Titi Chingongo couldn't attend. But I could recollect that such a request wouldn't have come to my table and I forget a recollection of a write-off. I indicated as such to the AG. But I then made a commitment to the AG as well, that supplementary to the information that we'll be submitting, we will thoroughly check one from my office as to whether did it ever come across our table and how would it would have been referred. The DDG, who is acting, made an engagement also with NHFC to make a submission in relation to the issue of the write-off. So we may not be in a position now, Chair, to say what would have been submitted if the submission has been made already, because unfortunately our meeting with the AG was only on Friday afternoon. And I must indicate that the postponement have came on my side once, where I couldn't meet at the ideal time that the AG would have wanted a meeting. So we are having them on the table, and as part of the close-up in terms of the issues of the AG in relation to NHFC, not only these two issues, but overall that the issues that the board were supposed to deal with will then furnish the portfolio with the appropriate responses on all the matters as they would have been handled by the board. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll await the report. The matter will remain on our radar board. Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Minister, Honorable members, and the AG and his team, and all officials. Allow me, Chair, I made a summary that highlight findings and thematic insights from the auditor's report on human settlements, reflecting both progress and persistent governance and delivery challenges in the sector. Key points in this summary from me is the Auditor-General's constitutional mandate is to strengthen democracy through oversight, accountability, and governance in public sector institutions related to human settlements. Recommendations from 23-24 include acquiring an automated national housing registry system, improving provincial alignment to the medium-term development plans, and better audit action plan monitoring to prevent repeat findings. The portfolio ecosystem comprises nationally departments, human settlements, regulators, NHBRC, SHRA, and implementers like AGSA with performance and audit outcomes tracked. Audit outcomes show mixed results, improvements in financial statement quality for some entities like HD, HDA, while others, SHRA, NHBRC, face repeated qualifications due to ineffective root cause action plans and unverifiable performance data. Key challenges are leadership instability, non-compliance with legislation, irregular expenditure, notably at NHFC, and ineffective consequence management. Infrastructure delivery in housing projects faces delays, poor oversight, quality defects, and inadequate bulk infrastructure provision. Title deed registration targets lag significantly behind planned targets by administrative and coordination deficiencies. Legacy issues such as asbestos ceilings and mud houses eradication show uneven progress across provinces. The HDA is highlighted as a positive example, and we want to applaud them with improved governance, secured land assets, and better audit outcomes. Root causes for audit issues include stable leadership, incomplete audit actions plans, slow consequence management, and reliance on a future housing system upgrade. Strong recommendations call for expedited consequence management, institutional capability improvement, and effective monitoring of infrastructure delivery. The report ends with a call to the Portfolio Committee to actively monitor implementation and consequence management processes to enhance performances and accountability in the human settlement sector. Allow me to pose 3 questions on behalf of my party today. We want to raise these questions focus on accountability, service delivery quality, and administrative efficiency, which align with us quality priorities on good governance and improve public service all over the provinces. 1, how will the national and provincial human settlements departments ensure immediate and effective consequence management against officials responsible for irregular expenditure and poor governance, especially regarding the NHFC, HDA, NHBRC, and PRA, and they together contributes 739 million in irregular expenditure. What concrete steps will be taken to improve oversight and quality controls in infrastructure delivery projects to prevent delays, structural defects, and substandard bulk infrastructure that can continue to undermine the provision of dignified housing to South Africans? And 3, given the significant shortfalls in achieving title deed registration targets and the ongoing administrative bottlenecks, what measures will the Department of Human Settlements implement to fast-track the title deed transfers and establish a functional national housing registry system as recommended by AGSA? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Poole. Honorable Minister, it seems the 3 questions are directed to the department. Would you come in or you?
No, I can come in, Chair. You are correct. Honorable Poole, the first part I reported with regard to HSS, which is our Human Settlement System, a contract signed with SITA. I'm not sure if honorable members did notice, or I might be ahead of the briefing that we had. But we met, Chair. We've signed, the department has signed an agreement with SHRA. The final meeting that we had between the department and SHRA, which could have been a month or so ago, they were preparing a RFQ to go out under SHRA to assist the department for the enrollment and the piloting in at least 2 or not less than 2 provinces, the utilization of the system. So I can actually safely, Chair, say from a technical level, right up to the nitty-gritties and the plan of how the system of beneficiary and the entire human settlement system with the assistance of SHRA is almost on the table, and we will be able to give feedback. All the groundwork that needed to be done and the information that the provinces under the department needed to collate and ensure that it populates, that the system, SHRA will then be able to generate its cost and all that goes with the technical and the ICT work that SHRA does, has been done and successfully concluded. So I think in the near future, one should be reporting more progress on that. Honorable Chair, on the issue of title deeds, which I did give a window to honorable members as well, and made a commitment that time permitting, we will come to honorable members to give a full brief in relation to endeavors that we are making in terms of acceleration on what has been raised by the AG, but also raised by the honorable members themselves in terms of the slow take-off of the program. I indicated, honorable members, that the key problems we had was in relation to SPLUMA and in relation to NEMA. I indicated the meetings that I had ministerially, both with SPLUMA, in relation to SPLUMA with Minister Nonjo, in relation to NEMA with Minister George. We put up technical teams, which have already had 2 or 3 feedback meetings. My last meeting with Minister George was last week on Tuesday, to be precise, getting feedback on the areas in relation to National Environment Management Act. You will recall, Honorable Chair, that I gave response that we're dividing the issue of title deeds into 2, which is the old apartheid stock and the new stock, which is also divided into 2 houses which were built before SPLUMA was enacted and after SPLUMA was enacted. We're working towards a waiver which will allow us to proclaim and give ownership to almost all the old stock with the waiver that will be given by Minister Nyonjo and the Department of Rural Development. The areas of NEMA are difficulties, but our discussion with the HDA is in relation to assessment on the areas where we do believe that there are settlements which are in areas which environmentally they shouldn't have been there. That is, for example, your wetlands or any other type of haphazard. It will take a different form of a discussion. We are hopeful that because we have a draft now with an intention to update a cabinet which excludes the acceleration that we have undertaken, Chair, on the day-to-day running and the dealing of title deeds and DDG to Malisile. But this is the program that she's putting all her effort on a day-to-day basis. You might have seen that we have increased, or we're increasing in terms of our acceleration and a rollout. But I agree with honorable members that may not be sufficient. So, Chair, the commitment I made still stands. We will come. Hopefully, at the time, we would have already made the adoption. We have submitted to the Office of the President for adoption of title deed as part of the Vulindlela program, which has already been done, which we are hopeful that we will be able to receive the assistance that we need so that we are unable to unlock the SPLUMA and the NEMA so that we could be able to accelerate. Chair, what was the last issue that I've forgotten? Oh, oversight on what we are going to do with the entities and all of them on an array of issues. I'll take it globally, Chair, and not really look into specificities of the issues. I have indicated that the department have got its own under the DGG Ngongo, its assessment and its oversight issues and meetings with the board, with the EXCO, which have been undertaken in all the quarters that the department is supposed to do. In that, it assists us in dealing with oversight, in dealing with the issues, which even when the AG was raising them, we were able to say, okay, AG, we agree with you here. We have already seen this as a challenge as well in our engagement with the entity, and this is what we are putting as a plan to assist concretely on what we're doing. I made an example, for example, with SHRA. One of the challenges of SHRA, though they still get clean audits, in terms of the work and the management of the SHIs, was that there was no area from a financial point of view which deals with the management of the entity, of rather the flats or the apartments that they are having. And the structure from an organogram point of view was not really designed with that in mind. When we were having an engagement, we said in order to avoid costs, DDG acting 2C must forward a team to SHRA to assist them in dealing with that part. And that part has been concluded, Chair. They then can be able to operate functional. I'm saying we've had 2 sessions already with PPRA to look not only into their issue. The AG may have not emphasized the issue of the going consent for CISOs and PPRA, which is one of the very glaring problems we'll be facing in the near future. We're preparing, we're meeting with them to ensure as a department that we create that oversight and create plans that will be able to assist our entities to function. I had an engagement with HDA yesterday where we're doing the very same thing in terms of the review of their financial model, because most municipalities and provinces have very limited appetite now to utilize HDA. But the funniest part of it is that then they don't spend their budget, then it gets to be reallocated. But when we said we are showing an interest in Free State, I will report to the honorable members when the time comes. In our assessment, which happened just last week, Free State is #1 in their spending. All the mechanisms we have put there, we're having Eastern Cape giving us a bit of challenges. So last week, Friday, Chair, I wrote to all the provinces after all the rounds that I said to honorable members I'm doing for oversight to ensure that what are they doing, what are metros doing, what do they need to do, and how do we think we could better the change. So we have got plans which I think may need us a separate day for us to be able to talk about them and deal with the issues that the AG has raised and some that are beyond what would have been raised now. Chair, let me stop there in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Poole, are all your questions addressed?
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The DG is in a meeting, but as we said at the beginning of our meeting, that he may not have full attention to the meeting because he also has to attend to the court sitting. And whenever we see him out of the meeting, it means he will be focusing that he has given full mandate to the DDGs to deal with whatever supporting the minister. Honorable Gamede.
Thanks, Chair. Let me check. Okay, can you see me now? Thank you very much. Greetings to the minister, greetings to the DDG, And also greetings to the DG in his absentia or in the meeting that he is attending to. Greetings to the chair, to the members of the portfolio committee. Chairperson, I will not be long, and thanks very much, Chairperson, for allowing me to, like I've asked from the secretary to squeeze me in so that I can rush. Chairperson, I won't be long. The HDA turnaround story on slide 23 to 24 demonstrate that sustained leadership, stability, and proper governance structures directly translate to clean audit and improved service delivery. The contrast between 2021-2022 vacant CEO and also the CFO positions, fiscal dumping, illegal and occupation, and 2024-2025 clean audit, I think 3,828 service sites delivered, proper security measures, provides concrete evidence that accountability ecosystems function when leadership is stable and also consequences are enforced. The human cost of audit findings is starkly illustrated in the Matateni H39 case study where beneficiaries have waited more than 15 years for houses. 250 beneficiaries can no longer be located, and residents are living in structural defective homes, which which also creates a problem because those defective homes with visible cracks is actually symbolizes a very danger to these families. It transforms abstract audit findings into a vivid picture of how poor project management, absent consequence management, and inadequate oversight directly harm the most vulnerable citizens while wasting public resources through duplicated beneficial administration cost. I've got only two questions, Chairperson. What systemic barriers prevent the effective coordination between the NHBRC, municipalities, and also provincial department that result in 83% of infrastructure projects experiencing time delays and 63% having quality deficiencies? Given that these coordination failures have persisted across multiple audit cycles and directly impact vulnerable citizens waiting for housing, what fundamental recruiting of accountability frameworks and intergovernmental protocol is needed? The last one, Chairperson, why does the sector continue to set annual targets for title deeds registration that are 40% lower than the previous year's actual achievement, despite a growing backlog? This appears to reflect either a lack of political will or systemic capacity constraints. Which is it, and what does this reveal about the sector's true commitment to addressing historical injustices through land ownership? In closing, Chairperson, I just want to make a recommendation, especially directed to, in fact, to the department and also especially to our entities. The portfolio committee should mandate a quarterly progress report for specifically tracking the filling of critical vacancies across all entities, with particular focus on CISOs, SHRA, NHBRC, and PPRA. These reports should include A, timelines for permanent appointments versus continued reliance on acting officials. Number two, impact assessment showing how vacancies correlate with repeat audit findings. And the third one, consequence management for delays in recruitment. Leadership instability is identified as a root cause for poor outcomes, yet continues unabated. Chairperson, with regards to the issue that we have touched on, the issue of NHFC, I think the minister, upon her opening remarks, she actually touched on that issue. Thank you very much, Minister, and also the committee. We appreciate that now that we have a fully fledged board on the NHFC. I think we must be ready, because if you go to the NHFC, there are still problems, but I'm glad that maybe those problems will come to an end. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. AGSA, you can comment, and then department will come in.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think both the questions maybe will be best suited responded by the department and the entities, if maybe NHBRC is here, because we have already outlined our findings. But perhaps the NHBRC through the department can speak for itself to say what are those systematic barriers that are causing these quality defects that we continue to report year in, year out. And then also the other one about setting the targets low, maybe the minister or the DG can speak to the reasons behind that, but it's an observation that we have also shared with the minister and the DG in our conversations with them. So I'll through you, Chairperson, hand over to the department.
Okay. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Well, Chair, I think the issue of the low targets, I've dealt with it, and accepted that it even at the new MTDP target that we had set for title deeds at 80,000, we were all in agreement, including ourselves, that we need more acceleration on it. Is not an acceptable number, but we base it on the fact of what is practically the outcome and the response. I mean, AG might have not emphasized, I think, the second last slide of a presentation on both the eradication of mud houses and title deeds eradication. There are some provinces which are still registering not zero on some of these key programs that we need to be pursuing. Some which register at 200 which have been done by HDA, for example, on their behalf. The reason for our round, besides oversight, was to ensure that we start with provinces in terms of practicalizing how their APPs needs to look like in future, and how best can we make an impact that is positive, but not only measurable, but creates an impact that is long-lasting for our communities. I can only give my commitment to the team that we are committing to come with a better show in future in terms of our targets, but in terms of putting systems that will allow us to be able to deliver. We're having a discussion, Chair, on the table in relation to how to assist provinces as well in managing their own concurrent functions, which are difficult, but what makes them difficult is that it's oversight that provinces need to do. Provinces call for the money, the law says give it to them, they contract, they don't perform oversight. We pick these issues sometimes out of complaints as well from communities, and we will assist in terms of oversight as well on how we need to respond to our people. But what is important is that we need to enhance the oversight of contractor management from ourselves right up to the department. I mean, from the department right up to provinces and municipalities. And I think that's where we are lacking more. The engagement we had with NHBRC was very directional. Their audit outcome looks okay, but we have been disappointed in the work that they should have been doing. There's no two ways about it. If the AG can't find supplementary information on what would have been assessed, it means those assessments possibly did not take place or were not properly recorded. And I think that's a plan that I am saying to Honorable Poole in the response broadly. That's what we are then saying we need to record properly, we need to undertake, we need to ensure that our costing and our systems is correct. But a challenge we gave to provinces in the last mid-make was that, can we then ensure that each and every contract that gets to be undertaken by our department has NHBRC as an overseer in it? But we shouldn't end there. We must then also hold NHBRC accountable in relation to what they're supposed to do and do it correctly, not only as a ticking measure, a box ticking measure or an exercise. And I think that's the only commitment we can make, Chair, that going forward in our quarter meetings as well with you, we'll show the improvement on the work that we will be doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gamete, are all your questions answered? Okay, maybe it's gone already. Honorable
Yes,
Frenchman?
I'm covered, Chairperson. I'm covered.
Thank you very much. Honorable Frenchman?
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to all present in the meeting. Chairperson, I would like to just start by saying that it becomes frustrating when, we have to bring up our questions continuously in every meeting and not receive satisfactory answers. Chairperson, my question to AGSA is, they've given the Western Cape a clean audit, but can they tell me why the following within the city of Cape Town is happening? There's a tender 243Q, which is currently before the courts. This was a term tender for 10 million rand, and the final payout was over 500 million rand. Then there's also another tender within the city of Cape Town, 339Q, was also a 10 million rand tender, term tender. And the final payout was over 800 million rand. Can AGSA explain the clean audit based on this? And then with 243Q, Minister, I asked Minister to get us the committee, the forensic report that was given. I would just like to know from the Minister how far she is with that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. AG?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the issues related to the clean audit of Western Cape, Chairperson, will be, I request that we re-influence those to the special meeting that we're going to have, where we can bring the auditors of the Western Cape. So the Western Cape is not audited by this audit team, it is audited by the provincial team. Hence, we had asked that we can have a special meeting where we can bring them, and then they can unpack what would have happened in that audit of the city of Cape Town. Thank you, Chairperson. The other question was directed to the Honorable Minister.
Honorable Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm not sure if I really got a question, but rather a comment. Chair, if it was, then I would have missed it.
Honorable Frenchman, would you mind refreshing?
Yes, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the forensic report that I've requested from Minister at the previous meeting on 243Q in the city of Cape Town. If Minister remembers.
Thank you. Minister?
Well, Chair, I might have missed it in taking my notes even on the last meeting, because to be honest with you, Honorable Member, I wouldn't say I don't have it. I wouldn't have not followed up. And my sincere apologies on that, and I will request the the team to make note for me as well so that I can attend to it. It was a slip up, Chair. My sincere apologies.
Thank you. Are you fine, Honorable Frenchman?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Karakilwe?
Thank you, Chair. And please allow me to switch off my camera.
Technology. Honorable Karakilwe, continue.
Yeah, I'm the chairperson. Let me thank you. And then good morning to the Minister, DDG and the team, and Auditor-General and the team. Honorable members, I only have few questions, and let me first welcome the report from the AG and applaud the entities and the department for the improvement. I only have 3 questions, but some they've been answered. The first one is with regard to the action plan, Chairperson, because according to the report, it says the action plan does not address the root cause. I wonder how was it done, because with my little knowledge, I think the action plan must address the recommendations of the AG. And if you can recall, Chair, in our last year's meeting with the AG, I proposed that the department and all the entities, they must at least give us quarterly update with regard to their implementation of the action plan. But it has never happened. And maybe from our side, we don't even follow our resolutions. But maybe after each meeting, we must get our recommendations and the responses. But the issue of PAP, it must be addressed. Otherwise, we will just be running in a circle. And then the issue of the title deeds, I think Minister has responded many times with regard to the issuing of the title deeds. It's true, most of the provinces, they do not do their work. But now the Prime Minister and the Deputy Minister, they've decided to go and do it. Minister, I'm not sure if these MECs, they do take the issue of issuing title deeds serious. Because really you can't be doing it. There are people who can do that job. You did it twice in my province. Really. The MECs and the staff, the HOD, the mayors, they must start doing their job. But we appreciate the work that you are doing. You have assisted my province, and thank you very much. And then eradication of the asbestosis. If I remember well, we were told that this was the decision of the MINMEC. But provinces like Free State, Northwest, Gauteng, Northern Cape, they are not implementing the decision of the MINMEC. And my worry is all these provinces, they do have asbestos roofs. So I'm not sure how can we compel them? How can we compel them? Because I know there's a budget. The problem is non-commitment from the provinces. And unfortunately, we cannot compel them, but there must be a way. There must be a political way, a minister, where all these provinces can be compelled to start doing what is supposed to be done. On that note, thank you, Chair. That is all that I wanted to say.
Thank you, Honorable Karakilwe. Honorable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I can only say on the issue of title deeds, I've just adopted an approach of leadership by doing, and what is amazing is that
Some of these title deeds were long printed, some as early as 2022, but they are sitting in municipal buildings. But anyway, that's a story for another day. We've incorporated it as part of the targets for provinces to report on a quarterly basis. The reason why Honorable Tihakilwe, the action plan by the AG, and we were saying we will then also take responsibility in assisting our entities and the department on action plans, is to ensure that they align with what needs to be done, but also they are followed to the latter, meaning they are being done properly in aligned with what the AG would have approved to be the action plan, including our internal audit. I think let me end there, Chair. The rest were comments on what we should be doing, and we appreciate the support of honorable members.
Thank you. I think what Honorable Kakakule says is that the entities led by the department will have to report quarterly on the implementation of the action plan. I think it's a resolution, Secretary, that you need to note so that we are able to follow it up. Are you fine, Auspeti?
Chairperson, I'm very fine, and thank you, Minister, for the response.
Thank you. Honorable Abada, Princess.
Can everybody see me? Good morning to everybody, and thank you for the presentation. To the Minister, the DG, the DDG. Minister, I'm a little upset this morning. You didn't greet me, and so the Princess is not really happy this morning. But I'll forgive you. Maybe it slipped your mind. I'm not going to go through more questions because I think we've all been there. It's the same things, the stats, and everybody's gone through them. So I'm just going to skip my questions and give recommendations and comments, if you all don't mind. But thank you for the presentation. We're going to continue with failures, the title deeds, and the irregular expenditure, and it's something that everybody has spoken about. So my recommendations are full all senior vacancies that's in the NDHS, NHBRC, PPRA, and the rest of the entities within or as soon as possible. We're giving timelines, but it doesn't always assist, I know. But can I ask that it just gets done as soon as possible? Leadership instability directly undermines credible reporting, performance, and service delivery. Establish a dedicated irregular expenditure tribunal within human settlements to recover funds, blacklist defaulting contractors, and ensure repeat offenders face disciplinary or criminal action. Urgently roll out the automated National Housing Needs Register nationwide. Currently, only 7.8% of beneficiaries are captured. Without credible data, housing allocation remains unfair, untransparent, and open to corruption. My comments: behind every audit figure is a family waiting. A delayed project is not just a statistic. It is a grandmother sleeping in a shack through winter, a child doing homework by candlelight, and parents still waiting after decades of promises. The backlog in title deeds is not a technicality. It is a daily reminder of exclusion. Without a title deed, families cannot access loans, cannot transfer property, and remain trapped in generational poverty. 1.2 billion lost in irregular expenditure is not paper money. It is thousands of houses not built, asbestos roofs not replaced, and informal settlements not upgraded. Every rand wasted is a stolen opportunity for dignity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Princess. The Minister has apologized, and she's promising to buy you a chocolate.
Apology accepted.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Can I get a comment, very short comment from AG, then followed by the Minister? Then we will then step off this item and get into the other item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and all the honorable members for the opportunity to listen to us and take our messages. The observation we've made is that our audit insights are really taken seriously, and I am encouraged by already the recommendations and resolutions that have been made by the honorable members to say there will be follow-ups and monitoring of the action plans by the portfolio on a quarterly basis. That is encouraging and really touching commentary coming from the Honorable Princess that just spoke last. Yeah, really touching in terms of the impact that this sector and the portfolio has on the lived experience of the citizens. We thank you for allowing us time, and I want to sincerely apologize again, Honorable Chairperson, that the presentation took a little bit longer than we had agreed. We will do better next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Your team is remaining because we are still engaging with the department and later with the entities.
Yes, yes, they will remain on the call. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, just your comment on this item and also introduce the next item, which is the presentation of the annual report by the department, National Department of Human Settlements.
Thank you very much, Chair. And really let me conclude by reiterating the suggestion which I firmly believe in, made by Honorable Kihakilwe, that the portfolio deserves from the department on behalf of entities a quarterly update on the action plans with tangible results and process and outcomes that would have been reported on our oversight. And here we commit, we'll do that to the best of our ability and make sure that we take learnings from the portfolio committee as well. On that note, here we're clear, and I do like to thank Austin Swallow and the team. They are family now, but we share very much good insight. They always come with a listening ear, but they also are also prepared to guide us on areas where we need to be held hands-on. With that being said, Chair, I think we'll be ready to take the discussion. The second part, I'm still armed with my good team, led by the DDGs, of course the DG, but we'll be relying mostly on DDGs in taking us through into the Department of Human Settlement annual report. Chair, it is already flighted, and with that being said, Chair, I'm sure you can hear that I'm already in transit to a portfolio, rather to the cluster meeting. So I'm not going to take much time, but suffice to say that the performance of the department and in its own audit outcome, we were very much close, as the AG indicated, that we were very much close to a clean audit, Chair. It still hurts, I know, to Sis Lucy, because she, on behalf of all of us leading our team, gave it her best shot. But we fell short on informal settlements, and I think the team of the Auditor-General will elaborate, but the team from Human Settlement will also elaborate on the measures that we will be taking to enhance the system there, to ensure that this time around next year, Chair, we bring you a clean audit on the table. But we maintained the unqualified with almost a very, in fact, two, to be precise, issues which were raised on informal settlements, which put us and left us still remaining on unqualified audit. But we take the view of the AG and will improve on on our oversight system. With that being said, Chair, allow me to hand over. I'm not sure between DG Mhlongo and Balisile who's going to be taking us through, or if the DG is in a position to do that now. But we are all ready and prepared to take the department, the portfolio through with your guidance, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Enjoy the rest of your day. We wish you the best as you continue with the other meeting. There is somebody called Honor Hay 2, number 9. May you please identify yourself? If not, Secretary will remove. Who's this person? Honor Hay.
Hello, Chair.
Yes,
It's
Secretary.
Mr. Mnyambane, the PLO Chair. He's struggling to rename the gadget.
Oh, but in the morning there was something with his name. Has it changed?
Yes, it has changed, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. DG?
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee, to the Honorable Minister of Human Settlements, Minister Thembisi Melane, and also Chairperson to my colleagues both in the department and in Parliament. Chairperson, our presentation comes in the standard format of presentations when we table annual reports, and it covers a number of areas, most of which the committee are familiar with, and also of import is zoom into the non-financial performance of the department, and also to consider the financial performance thereof, and then to look at a quick overview of the financial performance in terms of conditional grants, and also in terms of the provincial grants performance as at 31 March 2025.
I very like a full page.
Secretary and Kosi, you are disrupting the minister. The DG, sorry. DG, continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just to indicate that we will then divide our presentation into two parts with your indulgence, Chair, that I be allowed to deal with the non-financial matters, and for the Chair to allow our Chief Financial Officer, Lucy Belle, to then deal with the remainder, being the issue of financial performance as well as audit outcomes in this regard. Chairperson, if we move to the next slide, therein we consider the matter that our purpose is really to table the annual report before the Portfolio Committee, and subsequently for it to be considered by Parliament and the House. And if we move to the next slide, Chairperson, this speaks to the budget structure. I will not waste time. We confirm that this remains the same as it has been the previous year and as it has been right through the financial year, and to also further confirm that the same has been reconfirmed as the budget structure for our department at our recent strategic planning session, and it's also the basis on which we're making inputs to the National Treasury on the budget. If we move to the next slide, Chairperson, here we speak to the non-financial performance, and we do indicate in terms of the legend for our understanding that we only accept a performance when it is 100% achieved, and from 0 to 99, we consider it not achieved. Also, even those that have subsequently been achieved post the time frame they were set for achievement, we still consider them and non-achieved, although we do record them separately in subsequent events to capture the essence that they, although they were not achieved within the timeline set, but they were subsequently achieved. In this regard, Chairperson, we want to just echo what the AG has pointed out and to also show that we are in concurrence and we also share in the challenges that the AG has pointed out relative to the lived experience of citizens. One needs to quickly point out to the fact that although we have had great positives in the financial year, we also encapsulate the negative impacts that we have seen. In the upside is the fact that we had been doing our best to challenge the apartheid spatial plans, and by doing so through acquisition of land that is closer to opportunities, and for which our primary responsibility was to conduct and to finalize development plans for the identified spaces for advancing the spatial transformation. And this we have been able to do in a number of areas, particularly in the catalytic projects. One also needs to indicate the fact that we are still not guided well, because the housing needs register of our country is still an optional opt-in system for that, and the AG does point out to the fact that there is a need for a new system, which Minister has properly encapsulated in indication that we are indeed working hard with SITA to bring to finality this, and I think SITA will be going, or they've already gone to market and to ask for a new system and for proposal on their panels. And we will follow suit with that process that is closing at the end of October. And we are also of the opinion that that will pave way for us to then start populating the system as the Minister has indicated. Again, in this regard, we are quite clear that we have been building houses and we have been following based on the registers that provinces as well as municipalities on the ground have been having. We do acknowledge that there has been projects where provinces and municipalities have also, in essence, built houses where there has not been bulk infrastructure installed. And we are aware of the investigations that the Human Rights Commission has been undertaking on these projects to consider the breaches to the human rights as they have embodied. And we are also have been working closely with them on the municipalities, some of them in the Western Cape and also across the country. Again, Chair, we are clear that we have on the upside managed to finalize the white paper, which was adopted in the year under review. And once more, we are also indicative of the fact, Chairperson, that that white paper had a bearing on us to finalize on the review of legislation, but even more importantly, on the review relative to the matters concerned with further policies and the amendment to the housing code. We do mention this point owing to the fact that Chair will recall that the program of reviewing this was not finalized within time of the white paper, because we had 3 extensions at the behest and request of the sector as well as NGOs in the sector, and former Minister Kubai had granted all those extensions, which really took us closer to the edge of the financial year and even beyond to make sure that the consultative process would have been thorough and extensive. And this, unfortunately, those extensions had an impact on our ability to finalize on all the outflow work that needed to be undertaken in this regard. If we go to the next slide, Chairperson, in this slide, we show you a pie, and which is a representation of the targets that have been achieved in the year under review as per what has been audited by the AG and as per what the AG has brought forth in terms of the findings as at 31st March 2025. If we look at the graphic presentation in the next slide, it does show for you in program 1 that there was only 1 target not achieved and 3 in program 2. And if you look at program 3, there were 2, and program 4 achieved all the targets, and program 5 had 2 targets that were not achieved. So overall, 27 of the 35 targets were achieved, with those 8 not being achieved. Chair, if we go to the next slide, And this will show you in representation by the quarterly performance in period, and that will show you how we performed right through the year. And if you look at it cumulatively on the annual basis, was 77%. If we go to the next slide, Chairperson, we does a comparison of the previous years and how the performance has fared relative to those previous years. And as you can see, the graph does show a steady but consistent improvement year on year. And it does show the commitment that we have to improving targets. Minister has directed us to accelerate on this and to pay due attention to this, particularly on the targets that have co-dependencies with provinces and metros. And as you may have heard from the Minister herself, she has also directed that we work closely with provinces in supporting them and in also making sure that they are what they present before us as targets and as what is to be done is as credible as it would be achieved. If we go to the next slide, Chair, I now zoom in to the programs. And relative to this, Chair, I make an indication that we will not go deeper into the areas for which achievements have been encapsulated, but we'll focus on the areas that were not achieved because all the areas Chairperson would be fully au fait with, as well as members. Right through the quarters, we have been reporting on the areas of non-achievement, and as the Chair would now see, some of the matters that in the quarters that were presented would have shown that they have subsequently, during the course of the financial year, been achieved, and we will therefore only show those that in the fullness of time of the financial year were not achieved. And one of those was on the non-compliance with statutory prescripts, on the non-submission of final business plans by provinces to the National Treasury on time as it is required. And this is time-bound, although finally, in the fullness of time, the business plans were submitted and all of them were in, but because some of them came after the regulated time, we considered this target not achieved. If we go to the next one, Chairperson, we will then look at the significant synopsis of the significant issues in the period, the year under review. And there we can look at the work that was done in the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, amongst them looking at issues of payment of invoices and looking at finalization of the migration system to a computerized system from a manual one, and also looking at the compensation of employees and what we have done with the Treasury and DPSA relative to this, ensuring that we do not go beyond what our means allow us to do so. And if we go to the next slide, Chairperson, in this one, we are looking at corporate services, and we are also looking at the work that we are doing, including the skills audit and the culture survey, as well as the fact that we have been filling vacancies in this regard. If we go to the next slide, Chairperson, in this one, we zoom into Program 2, and there we look at the targets that were not achieved in Program 2 in the fullness of time. As indicated, there were 3. The first one was on the review of the Housing Act not finalized, and this echoes the point I've made earlier about the dependency we had of the white paper approval, as well as the reviewal of the code, which was not finalized on the very same reason. Again, in this regard, 77 of the intergovernmental relations programs were implemented. We fell short with the one min-mac that was planned for the first quarter. Chairperson would remember that the reshuffle was done in the late third quarter, and first quarter Minister had indeed requested that we review this due to the program, and we afforded the opportunity to immerse ourselves in the portfolio first, and due to those changes, that min-mac was then rescheduled, and which ultimately ended with 3 being held in the financial year under review. If we move to the next one, Chairperson, there we will see the overview, a synopsis of the overview of the significant performance in this program. The white paper was finalized, as we had indicated. You will also see that we are still busy with the Housing Code and the Housing Act, and that research reports had been undertaken in this regard, and we have some that have been produced and which are now influencing the policy outlook of our department. And the important thing in the year under review was the finalization of the medium-term development plan for the women settlements sector, and with those targets finally being approved by Cabinet. If we go to the next slide, there we immerse ourselves into Program 3, and there we have indicated that there were 2 of the targets that were not achieved. And in this regard, we went fully to those targets. And here, Chair, I must give an indication that you will later see when the CFO does present the audit outcomes, that on the targets achieved of 121 informal settlements, there was a finding, and the AG found that the evidence we had proffered emanating from provinces was non-satisfactory. And therefore, we will consider that a finding that on the achievement, and because the AG could not accept the proffered evidence by the department. Accordingly, the other was the issues pertaining to emergency housing responses, and the other was on disaster awareness sessions that needed to be conducted in this regard. And this minister has challenged us to rework on it and to also ensure that we have a preparedness plans and that we are proactive in how we respond to this. But she also wants us to totally overhaul the response mechanisms to emergency housing in light of the floods, and also to eliminate duplication in terms of what is seen as a emergency housing responses, particularly on the leg of the TRUs. Next slide. There we give the synopsis, Chairperson, in terms of the significant performance in Program 3. And there we do note that 9 informal settlements were reblocked. And you'll also see this was a finding by the AG, where we had claimed the performance of 8, but in effect, 9 were actually done. So AG found it to be a significant underreportage on the target. And again, here we do point out to the provision of support that we have given to both provinces and metros on the ISUPG program. If we move to the next slide, there we look into Program 4, and again, we have indicated in this program that there was a shortfall of 1,335 units against the annual target, and we, as I've indicated, Minister has challenged us to have a recovery plan that is envisaged that will achieve it. We have been recombing the business plans of the key provinces, looking at year 2 of the MTDP for a catch-up, both achieving targets set for the year, but also a redirection of unlocking blocked projects to be able to achieve this. We have also taken note of the need for a review of the quantum. We have been working very closely with SHRA on the capital grant, and to look at ensuring that those projects to free up units that are in the pipeline that have been struggling, because at the time of approval, the quantum was older, but now with time and inflation, it is becoming a big challenge to complete those projects, that we positively consider the request on merit on an application by application basis of the 9 projects that are struggling, to see to it that that is resolved. And so this work is underway, and we are confident we will complete the review thereof within the current financial year we are in. Next slide immerses us to Program 5, and there we look at the non-achievement in as far as the target for BNG units. We were quite close to that target, and as it can be seen, we were at 94% of the set target, but we could not achieve 100%. And again, even on the delivery sides, we had capacity constraints, and provinces, as Minister had indicated, are the ones procuring and securing the support, and they couldn't be in a position to deliver all of that on time. If we look at the synopsis in the next slide of the overall performance in this area, we cover areas there, highlights in as far as the first home finance and catalytic projects. I've spoken about BNGs and service sites, but we also look in this regard around the issues of ensuring access to basic municipal services, since we're struggling with municipalities and the rollout of bulk infrastructure. And we are also looking in this regard on the issue of the delivery of BNG that are supposed to be delivered on time and within budget. And SAG has raised the issue of the undue variations due to bad planning. This is a matter we would then have to pay greater attention to. We have agreed in terms of the plan, the response plan to the AG and the audit action plan that we will deal with that matter. If we then move, Chairperson, I'm going to ask for your indulgence that I then hand over to the CFO, Ms. Lucibele, to look into this matters for you, Chair, and look at the presentation on the departmental expenditure as well as the audit outcomes. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, DG and colleagues, good afternoon. Chairperson and members, I'm going to take you through the audited financial statements as of the 31st of March 2025. Our voted funds was 33.7 billion and the percentage spent was 98%. Above is the programs that DG has spoken to. Our program, which are 5. Program 1 is administration. We are sitting at 80%. Program 2, we are sitting at 100% spent. Program 2 is where the biggest transfers of our grants is sitting, the USDG together with the HSDG. And then program 3 is the informal settlements, is sitting at 93%, and of which we've got the commitment of 533 million. I'll talk to it. And then program 4 is rental and social housing, 99%, and affordable housing, we are sitting at 94%. And the underspending, Chair, that we are sitting with, it's sitting at 2%, and the variance is 830 million. And I'm giving to I'll give the context of the reasons for underspending. However, the biggest underspending is sitting under program 3, under informal settlements. This is on the emergency housing fund. There is a slide that talks to the emergency housing fund. I'll talk to it later on. Below is the economic classification, which it gives the total. Now is splitting our budget into the compensation of employees, the goods and services, which is sitting at 66%, and then the transfers and subsidies is our grants, and we've got the payments for capital assets is where our emergency housing fund is sitting, which is reflecting an underspending because it's sitting at 37%, but I'll talk to it because as of when we close the year, Chair and members, even though we are sitting with underspending of 542, we are reflecting the commitments. The commitment, it says that when we close the year, we had purchase orders that we have issued. We have already appointed the service providers and they had already started work. We have approached National Treasury to request for a rollover of the 531 million. We made a follow-up last week on the approval of the rollover. Treasury said they will respond to us before the end of November. Next slide. Chair and members, the next slide is giving us a breakdown of the underspending per the program. On program 1, we are reflecting the 3 line item of underspending. On the first one is the compensation of employees. Chairperson, we know that last year, the cost containment that was instituted by National Treasury was still in place because when we had to fill in the position, we were supposed to write to DPSA to request them to fill position, and then DPSA will then go to National Treasury and National Treasury. So the process was lengthy for us to be able to fill in position. That's why we could not fill in the position that we wanted. And under the goods and services on the administration, the underspending was we made an advance payment to the SABC. Chair and members, this prepaid payment was audited with by the Auditor-General, and there was no finding that was raised. However, when we do an prepaid, we don't expense. We put it on the suspense account, and then we will be expensing as and when we get the services. But the contract that we have entered in and the requirements by the SABC is we were expected to do an advance payment. And then on the integrated, on program 2, the underspending as well was on the compensation of employees. I have spoken to it. And then on the goods and services, that's where we have underspent. The biggest contributor, Chairperson, is there is a ring fence funds on our budget for the title deeds restoration support. The money is specifically ring fenced for the appointment of the service providers to assist us with the title deed. But when we closed the year, we were still in the procurement process on the appointing of those PRTs to assist us. Next slide. On program 3, Chairperson, that is where we have underspent on the program 3. The underspending on the goods and services on program 3. Here as well, we have got a ring fencing fund for the NASP. NASP is the National Upgrading Support Program. So these funds are specifically ring fenced to deal with the support program that the national department should assist when it comes to the upgrading of the informal settlements. When we closed the year, we had not appointed the service providers to assist us, especially in that regard. And then on the expenditure for capital assets, this is where I was referring to on the title, on the emergency housing fund, whereby when we closed the year, we had commitments, but the service providers were still on the ground, but the work was not spent. Hence, we are reflecting the bigger underspending on that. Program 4, the same is on the rental and affordable housing. We are talking about the compensation of employees and the goods and services as well, and the capital assets. These are our internal capital assets, whereby we were supposed to procure additional machinery and the IT services, of which the equipment was not procured when we closed the year. The last underspending, the reason for underspending on program 5 on the affordable housing, Chair, is the compensation of employees. I've spoken to it, and as well as on the goods and services, Chair, some of the line items, because we had to cut down, we were still on the cost containment. It's not necessary to be seen as an underspending or underspending or underspending. It should be seen as we were implementing the cost containment because we had to cut down on traveling, and we have to cut down on most of the other issues when we were dealing with the cost containment. The next slide, Chair, I've dealt with all the reasons. The next slide is just giving us the operational expenditure, that how are we sitting when we take out the transfers and subsidies, and we are sitting at 72%. And I've already spoken to the reasons for the underspending because they are the same as per the programs. Next slide. Chairperson and members, this next slide talks to the grants and transfer payments. The upper part is the grants. We have transferred 100% of all the grants to the provinces. We have transferred. So these are transfers. They are not necessarily the performance of the grants. I will talk to the performance of the grants towards the end. But now I'm talking to the transfers that we did. We've transferred 100% of the HSDG, transferred 100% of the informal settlement grants for both provinces and metros. We have transferred 100% to all the entities. The underperformance or under spending, it talks to the departmental transfers. On the departmental transfers, we've got a scholarship program. These are the bursaries that we're giving out. When we closed the year, 1.4 million was not used because we only received the application that with 4.3 million, and the UN Habitat, we have a saving because this one, it deals with the exchange rates. So when we budget, when the rent is poor, we'll be paying more. But when the rent is not against the dollar, we are against the euro or the dollar, we are able to save. So this is a saving. It should not be read as if it's an underperformance, rather as a saving because it's the exchange rate. The next slide talks to the emergency housing. Chairperson, during the year, we approached National Treasury to request additional funding when it comes to the emergency housing fund. So, no, the emergency housing fund. We requested additional funding. When it comes to the emergency housing fund. Treasury gave us around November, because we approached National Treasury during the UNU process for us to receive additional funding. Hence, the allocation has gone above to 1 billion. We have broken it down to the assessments. These are the assessments that we work hand in hand with the with the NHBRC. Every time when there is a disaster and the formal houses are affected, we request the NHBRC to go and do the assessments. So we had budgeted 10 million, but however, 8.7 million is the assessments and the expenditure that we received from NHBRC. Chairperson, on the travel and subsistence, the non-employees, this is the tier, the temporary emergency accommodation. This is when the beneficiaries are displayed when there is an emergency, whereby we had to move them to a safer accommodation. We have put aside 30 million, but when we closed the year, only 19 million was utilized. The inventories, these are building materials, or this is what we refer to the fire kits. Every time when there is a fire in the informal settlements, this has seen mostly in the Western Cape, where there is fires, and then we respond with the fire kits. 118 million was spent. And then when we go to the TRUs, the temporary residential units, this is where the biggest underspending had happened with the 530 million. So in this regard, when we closed the year, 308 million was spent. However, the commitments of which they are disclosed and audited by the Auditor-General, whereby we had appointed the service providers across the country to build or construct the TRUs, they were in place. As I said earlier on, we have approached National Treasury to give us the rollover approval, and then they did indicate that they will look at our, they've been looking at our request. However, we'll get the final by October. Chair, I need to highlight what Honorable Mpiti, when we came to the portfolio committee, we did indicate that we are going to do 100% count of the TRUs. Here to report that yes, we did 100%, and we had an asset register of the payments that we have made, all the TRUs that we found when we were doing 100%. We recorded them, where they are, we know where they are, who are the owners of those TRUs, and everything. And we have got on our asset, when the AG audited, there were those other TRUs that were built, especially in the PE area, that were not handed over. We did disclose on the asset register that there are temporary residential units that were built but that are not occupied, and this was looked into by the Auditor-General. Next slide. Then the reason why we are sitting with the 100% compliance as per the AG report, AG as well, they've looked at the invoices that are paid within 30 days, and all the invoices, 5,434 invoices were processed throughout the year, and it was paid within 30 days, and this was looked into. The next slide, it looks into the performance now of the individual grant. Let's go to the individual grants. I'm going to pass this slide, next slide. I'm going to start with the HSDG so that we give a breakdown. When we closed the year, usually what we do is we request the provinces to confirm in writing the expenditure. And when AG are looking at the conditional grant, they are able to look at what we are disclosing, because this is an annexure on the, and it was audited fully this year. Grant management was audited fully this year by the Auditor-General. On the HSDG, we know that due to the reasons of the underspending, there were the stoppages and the reallocations. However, 7.4 million when we closed the year was unspent. 5.5 million was Gauteng province and the others, but the biggest contributor of the fund that were not spent is Gauteng province, and then we are sitting with close to 100% because it's 99.9 that was not spent. Next slide. On the informal settlements upgrading partnership grant, we are sitting with close to 99.91% of the underspending, with Gauteng out of the 3.2 million that was not spent, sitting with 2.5 million that was not spent. Other than that, all the provinces, they are reflecting 100% spent on the informal upgrading partnership grant. And throughout the year, we are also showing that there were the stoppages and the reallocation when it comes to the provinces that were not spending and reallocated to the provinces that needed additional money. And we can see that the provinces that needed additional money, they were able to spend even the additional funds that were allocated to them. The next slides talk to the conditional grants. Let's go to the USDG, the conditional grants that are transferred to the provinces. Now, the difference between this slide and the slide that I presented earlier on, when we look at the slide that talks to the transfers and subsidies, those were the transfers that as a department, we have transferred 100% of the municipal grants, because when we close the year, we've done, but this is the actual expenditure as of the 31st of March. It is important to note that March is the 9th month of the metropolitan municipalities. So when we close our books, the metropolitan municipalities, they were still left with 3 months, which is April, May, June, to continue and spend the grant. However, when we close our books, USDG was sitting at 53.2%. The next slide, the ISUPG as well. Next slide. The ISUPG, it was sitting at 52.8. A lot has happened since then until now, until when the metros were, there were a lot of movement, there were a lot of letters, there were a lot of discussion that we had to go and look so that we don't lose the funds back to the fiscals. And when we come to present our first quarter report, we'll be able to see the performance of the USDG as of the end of the financial year of the metropolitan municipalities. So this one is the 9 months of the metropolitan municipalities, not necessarily a 12 months. The next slide. The audit outcomes. This one I'm going to be short because the Auditor-General have dealt with it. We are giving a graphic view that shows that as a department, we are sitting on the unqualified audit with findings. We have been in this position for 6 years. And as the minister was saying that this, and AG has reiterated that we thought this year, and we did report that we are going to sit at green. And this was our hope, that will be sitting on the unqualified with no findings. But with the issues that were mentioned with the auditor, by the Auditor-General, unfortunately, we are sitting with the unqualified audit with findings. Now, let's go to the next slide so that we can give a view of what actually happened. When we look at this slide, we can see the financial statements, as AG has indicated, they are clean. On the other programs, except the informal settlements, we are green. So what was standing between us and the clean audit is the performance information. And we can see that on the consequence management, the arrow is green, is showing that there is an improvement. Last year, we were sitting at pink because we had findings that were raised on the consequence management. But when we developed our action plan, we said that we are going to attend. We went back and looked at the consequence management. We dealt with it. We gave AG the file, and AG they was happy to say that as a department, we have really improved. Hence, the arrow is green, and then we are green. So the only thing that's standing between us and the clean audit is the program. Let's go to the next slide so that I give a context. And I won't dwell much because the Auditor-General has spoken into it. And then this is the issue of the 121 of the what we have reported. And chairperson and members, if you look into it, the supporting documentation, it says 121 because the target was 50. We have achieved. So this shows that we have achieved more than what we have targeted. But the finding that we report is we did not have the proper supporting evidence to support what we said that we have achieved. So chairperson and members, I think I'm going to end of that because AG have dwelt more in detail when it comes to our audit report. Let's go towards the end. Pass the next slide. Yes. So Chair, on my go back before I conclude. Before we conclude is the audit action plan. Chair, when we received the final audit, we received the management report. We had already, as a department, developed our management, our audit action plan based on the management report. And when we look at the management report for this audit compared to last year, we have improved a lot. Last year, we were sitting with 32 findings. This year, we are sitting with 21 findings. And these are what we have developed. We have already sat down on our first meeting that was chaired by the Director-General to look at the timelines that we have set for ourselves. And we are requested, and we have agreed as a department, and we are required to present to the audit committee on a quarterly basis. So for the first quarter, we have already presented to the audit committee, and then we are keeping a track with our audit action plan. And what we do as a department, before we go to the audit committee, we give our audit action plan to the internal audit to audit it. That when we say that we have already addressed the issues, internal audit are required to write a report to the audit committee to say, yes, we have looked at the audit action plan and we have verified against the information that has been presented. So, Chair, I just wanted to reiterate that as a department, we have already done that and we have started with it. And then we are hoping that next year we will be sitting with the clean audit. Chairperson and members, this will be the end of our submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. DG, are you fine?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, that is our input. Thank you.
Okay. Can I see hands? And before I recognize members, CFO, so that I don't accuse you of something that I didn't see well, can you go to, I think it's slide 2 or 3, where you talk about percentage of spending? I think you are reporting 98% spending. Would you mind going back to those slides? CFO? Almost at the beginning of your presentation.
Yes, Chair, Kosi is moving the slide. Kosi, can you move quicker to slide on the financial performance where we are reflecting a 98%?
Kosi?
Yes, Chair, I'm on 98%. I've opened on my site. Slide 24.
Slide 24, Kosi. Can you go back to slide 24? Okay, but what I want to ask, I wanted other members to see it. What I wanted to ask, the 98% that you say you have spent, are you calculating it as the average of all programs?
Is the actual spending of all the programs. So we are taking all the programs over 100 in monetary terms, Chairperson. On the administration, we will spend 80. On program 2 is 193. So all in all, when we look at 33.6 billion, we have spent 32.8 billion. So that's 98%. If we look at the total that is highlighted in dark green.
80, 100, 93, 94, and what?
99, yes.
And 99.
Yes.
If you average that, it won't give you 98.
We are not averaging, Chairperson. We take the 33.6 billion, the total allocation, the total of all total is 33.7 billion. We have spent 32, is 98. Am I explaining it properly? Are we there?
No, on administration, you have spent 80.
Yes.
On program 2, you have spent 100.
Correct.
Program 3, you spent 93.
Correct.
Program 4, 99.
Correct.
5, 94. If you average those percentages, they will not give you 98. The same with the bottom there, the following one, the economic classification. Percentage spent 88, spent 66, 0, 99, 100, 37. If you average them, they won't give you 98. I'm not sure whether we're on the same page. CFO?
I'm adding, Chairperson.
Okay.
Chairperson, let's
Yes.
add all the total allocation is 33.7 billion.
No. I'm just saying.
Or the average. Okay, okay, I will add the average.
Present it as percentage spent, because in the main, when you say you have performed, we'll say 98% or what. If those are percentages represent the spent, if you average them, they may not give you 98%. Figures might be correct, but when you translate them into percentages, there might be something wrong. Look at it, you can answer it at the end. There's no problem. Honorable members, I've seen Honorable Poole followed by Honorable Mpiti. Are these the only two hands? Honorable Magagula, Honorable Kakakilwe, or Honorable Abada? Okay. I'm still giving you the same amount of 5 minutes to say whatever you want to say to the department, whether on non-performance or non-financial performance or financial performance. Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yeah, I want to echo what you have just said. It was my concern as well on that particular slide. But we want to welcome the department's annual report and the progress achieved under the leadership of Dr. Alec. However, as reflected in his own written report, there remain serious concerns that require clarity, accountability from the department. Underspending and delays in informal settlements, upgrading the Director General's report indicates an underspending of 830 million within the department. A major portion of this is linked to the delays in upgrading informal settlements and in the delivery of TRUs to affected households. And the CFO has elaborated on it. Accordingly, how many households have been affected by these delays? And 2, how many of those affected are still waiting for TRU units to be delivered? And C, what is the department's clear time frame and deadline for addressing this underspending and ensuring that affected households receive the necessary housing support? And 2, filling of critical vacancies. The report also highlighted that filling of critical vacancies has contributed to the underspending challenge. Can the department provide a detailed plan with specific timeframes and deadlines for when these critical posts will be filled to strengthen delivery capacity? And then on the environments of funds and media expenditure, on page 21 of the annual report, the DG refers to environments of funds between programs. While we acknowledge that some reallocation of funds may be necessary to support priority areas, certain environments raise serious concerns. In particular, 4 million was redirected away from informal settlements program towards placement of adverts and 11.4 million were further wired to cover a shortfall for an outdoor media campaign. This occurred while millions of South Africans continue to live in informal settlements awaiting housing services. Can the department explain the rationale and urgency of prioritizing media campaigns over direct service delivery? Can the department provide the committee with a full breakdown of the cost and impact of these campaigns, including the total amount initially budgeted for the communication and media activities, for addressing youth unemployment through human settlements? The department's report notes that youth unemployment remains alarmingly high, 46.1%, posing a serious national concern. What initiatives or partnerships will the department introduce to create employment and skills opportunities for young people within the human settlements and housing construction sectors? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. DG and CFO. DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Just to indicate that we share with Honorable Pool's assessment of our report and our frankness in highlighting the challenges that are still pervasive in our sector and which we are grappling with and attempting to address. And that he also indicates that where there has been slow progress, what consequences would follow. At the last of our engagements, we did indicate to the Portfolio Committee that we have taken steps against even some of the senior civil servants in our department on performance issues and other related aspects. And we continue to be committed in dealing with dereliction of duty where it is apparent and clear. And we also are committed to dealing with inertia within the system to ensure that we are able to be much more responsive and to be able to attend to those matters. Let me deal with the specific questions he's posing, that he's saying that our environments have been questionable. Our environments were not questionable. I think when you come to the end of the financial year, you make an objective assessment of how much have you spent and in what areas of work you need to do that. And you also need to make a determination where you have genuine shortfalls. And as you may be aware, environments of this size that we had undertook must also seek concurrence with the Treasury. And as you are aware, we would have done same in this regard and would have gotten a similar agreement in as far as that is concerned. And we therefore do not believe that in any way they were questionable, they were of necessity, and they were necessary for us to also attend to even some of the pressing matters. I do not need to emphasize the point that this Portfolio Committee did challenge us that we don't seem to be communicating enough in the public and making sure that people are fully au fait with our products and services we render, and also in terms of what how they can go about getting services from us as a department, and also educating the nation about some of the products out there in the market and the benefits they can accrue from. You'll also note that we had been able to look at the totality of the budget in making environments that were necessary to be able to do specific things, and where we had felt that a major campaign that would educate people about things like first home finance, about the access to service sites, the qualifying criterion, ways of accessing the services and so on, and that we find both creative as well as both above and below the line marketing strategies to make sure that we do have a greater reach to people, particularly also on what the committee has said to us that are priorities such as title deeds, and how do we go about that, including the opportunities that are there in the sector. Let us talk about programs that we had come to the portfolio committee, briefed you about with the entities, what each and every entity is doing, programs around transformation and around getting principal property practitioners and agents, and which the PPRA has briefed the committee, programs around what the NHFC is doing with intermediaries, programs such as what we have done with CISOs around the training of practitioners and adjudicators, all of those which the committee, after having had what we said, made an indication that we may be doing all of these things, but if the public does not know, it is of little consequence. We have to do much so that this can be accessed. And I think we have reported right through the course of the financial year, the work we have been doing in this regard and how we have arrived at the decision to expand on our communication base. And if we have to do that, we have decided that we'll finance this from savings in the budget and on areas and programs that we had felt that we would have needed to undertake and then be able to do so in this regard. Let me now move to the next issue. He has asked if there are any opportunities up. Yes, I've already spoken about this, that entities are providing, but even as the department, we are now busy with the programs. We offer scholarships as well as bursaries and also internships and learnerships in this regard for youngsters in the construction as well as in the property sector and related fields that we operate in. And we have been partnering with a number of industry bodies, including SAWIC and many others in running programs, including the Black Business Council in the construction sector. And we have been even partnering with those that applaud and recognize pockets of distinction and excellence within the sector. So yes, the opportunities are there. And part of our campaign will be to also educate citizens about all of those opportunities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Poole, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, I would like to request to keep my camera off due to connectivity issues and where I am at the moment. A number of questions in sticking with the 5 minutes, Chairperson, that has been allocated. I think we are truly being misled by the Director-General, who is saying that the department has tried to initiate or at least to put in place consequence management. I think after listening to the Auditor-General's report, it's quite clear that there hasn't been any consequence management that has taken place. And perhaps maybe the DG can elaborate on that point as to what consequence measures were really put in place, which officials were put into consequence management processes. Perhaps that could give us light to what he is saying, because as it stands, there remains a number of issues that have been raised in this committee for over a period of a year, if not more than a year, that have not been addressed, that have continued to pop up in the Auditor General's report, that myself and many other members have lamented time and time again that these issues must be addressed, and yet there has not been any issue that has been addressed by the department. And there's a number of these issues that one can speak to. One, we've been making a point in this committee from last year already about the housing needs register, and particularly how the digitization process needs to be taking place. And we were promised a presentation on that particular issue. Up until this point, we really don't know where that process is. What is the process? What is the outcomes of the digitization process? We've been waiting for that process for over 2 years. It has not been taking place within the department. The issue on the TRUs is also an issue within the report that has been presented that remains an issue, where 3 provinces have not been able to finalize their plans as it pertains to housing or emergency housing, as it were. So these issues, again, have been raised with the department, particularly the issue of Eastern Cape and the fact that there have been instances where TRUs were promised and were never actually delivered. A report on that has been requested, has not come through as yet. I personally requested that issue. So there are issues that are happening that the department seems to be understanding in the committee when we raise them, but when it comes to actual action, there is no action that is really taking place. Hence that we must deal with issues that we've raised before that are now coming up in the Auditor-General's report because the department has not taken the committee seriously with the issues that we've raised. I mean, there are issues that have been outstanding for over a year that are now coming up that still have not received the adequate attention. And we need to be honest about that. Now, there's also the issue of an 800 million irregular expenditure within the department together with its entities. Again, this is an indication that should be showing the department that there's major problems in terms of how the entities are being able to really outplay the procurement aspect of their work, to be able to make bidding less competitive, to be able to not follow the processes of procurement. And yet there still has not been any form of consequence management that has taken place where those instances have taken place. In various entities within the department itself as it pertains to TRUs, within issues that I've raised when it comes to Eastern Cape and specific instances in the Eastern Cape where TRUs were claimed to be delivered but were never delivered, where contracts of over R1 million were paid out, yet TRUs were not delivered in the Eastern Cape. And the department promised to provide that report, of which it has not provided it. And so when I did ask for the internal audit report, we were promised that, and the DG will remember this, we were promised that we would receive some form of presentation around that particular issue and where the instances I've raised, what has been done about it. That has not taken place. So again, we are hearing that there are issues with irregular payment. We've heard it at NHFC and the various NHBRC and a number of other entities. And so I think it's incumbent on the department to really be honest with us as to this consequence management that they keep on referring to. Where is it happening? How is it happening? Because from what we are seeing in these reports, it is not happening. So please, DG, tell us what is really going on, because the reports are before us. They are not indicating what you are indicating in this meeting. So we need to be able to see that the department is actually going to take action when it pertains to these entities where it's quite clear that money is getting lost in the system. And South Africans who deserve housing, who deserve these opportunities, who deserve first home finance, who deserve to get their BNG housing, who deserve dignity in terms of emergency housing, they are not receiving it at this point because officials are really going above and beyond in not delivering the services that are due to the people of the country. So I think we need to be honest about that. And we need to have consequence management, not by words, but by action. Thank you very much. Chair.
Honorable Khakilwe. Thank you. Honorable Mpiti, are you done?
Chair, just the one would just be that I left is around litigation, to say that can the department also just speak about the aspect of litigation, because we've seen litigation take place within the department at a very high level, and a lot of costs that have been taking place in the various litigations that the department is involved with together with entities. So just to have some clarity around what is the department's strategy around that, because there are litigations that are happening within the department that really should not be happening and are really wasting the taxpayers' money. So if we can just get clarity as it relates to litigation as well, together with the entities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. DG?
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity to respond. And just to indicate that I would also request protection from the chair, because what is being said, that we are actually misleading the committee, and the fact that we should really be honest, implying that we are being dishonest with the committee. It's a very serious affront to our credibility and to the laws that governs ourselves. We take the fact that when we present before committees of parliament, that what we say here is under oath, and that we cannot perjure ourselves by misleading the committee or lying, because it's a very serious charge if that's what is being said about us, and that we wish to reiterate and reconfirm to the chairperson and to the honorable the committee that indeed we are not perjuring ourselves, and we do not have any intentions whatsoever to mislead the committee at all, and that where there are challenges, we are always upfront and very clear in articulating those, and even where there are failures in the system, we're the first ones to indicate so that there are failures. And even when we were asked previously about some of the matters that Honorable Mpiti has pointed out to, we have done so with ease without even questioning a lot. Chairperson, I wish that we could have flight the report of the CFO just on the dashboard. If Kosi can do that for us so that we can answer truthfully to what is being said. And I would also want, because Honorable Mpiti indicates that the report of the AG does not concur with the fact that we have resolved the matter of consequence management, or that we have dealt with it in such a satisfactory manner. He says that these matters have not been dealt with, and we are pulling wool over the face of the committee. But the truth, as we know it, is far from what is being said. Because if we look at the report of the department and we go straight to the issue of the dashboard, that the AG, this is not our own dashboard, this slide is actually from the AG, which slide will show previous or current findings on the major issues that the AG would have found. And you look at the year before, and you look at whether that has become a repeat finding or not. And this is the one. No, not this one, the dashboard. I would have wanted the dashboard to come up, Chairperson, so I can clearly indicate on what we said. That's the one, this one. This one, Chairperson. If you look at it in the financial year 2023-24, you would see that under compliance with legislation, the issue of consequence management, the AG raised it sharply, and you see it is a matter that year that cost us a clean audit, because the AG was saying we aren't doing enough to attend to these matters. And I think the chair would also recall that this 23-24 financial year is the financial year one as accounting officer would have joined towards its end, and we were dealing with that, and we started dealing with it, but the AG felt it wasn't enough, even though towards the end they saw that some movement was happening. They still felt it was not enough. And they used it as a major finding, which is the pink is considered a material finding. It's such a serious finding that it will impact the outcomes of audit, in the sense that in that financial year we got a pink that meant that we could not get a clean audit. And if you look in the sea of all the greens that were found, which is what the AG was measuring that financial year, the pink was only on consequence management. You would see there is a new added area under annual performance report, and which is informal settlement program. In 23-24 and 22-23, this is an area which was not being audited by the AG. The AG was looking at just 2 programs. Now they are looking at 3, including informal settlements, and that is a new area of import to us, and which is why the AG, even in their own report to the portfolio committee, they point out to the fact that they commend the National Department of Human Settlements, is primarily on the recognition that we have dealt with consequence management. We have largely investigated irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure and brought to book the officials that had caused this, and dealt with that in terms of the framework that has been gazetted by the Treasury in terms of how we need to deal with this. If you look in the year under review 24-25, AG indicated an upward movement, an improvement on the year before, and did give us a all green, a clear indication of their satisfaction in how we have dealt with consequence management in this regard. And the only area on which Minister points out that we were very close to getting a clean audit, but we were dealt with a blow, was on the new area of informal settlements. And yet again, even in this presentation we made today, we have outlined in echoing exactly what the AG has briefed to the committee, the reasons why the two targets in informal settlements in the sea of many other targets that we have met, just those two that we could not have sufficient evidence, because we are also dependent on provinces in providing same in the numbers that are being claimed. And the AG felt that the inconsistency and the number 50, which was a target, and the claimed performance of 121 was actually big. So as you can see, consequence management was no repeat finding. And in that financial year, in the current financial year, we have no repeat findings. We do not have findings that were mentioned before by the AG and we did not attend to, and they recurred again. And this shows our commitment that we have actually dealt with in an appropriate and satisfactory manner. We may not have dealt with everything, as others are still underway, as other disputes are still before the courts, but the AG has seen the commitment in dealing with all of these matters, and that we could account about where each and every one of the matters are at for those few that remain unresolved at the end of the financial year. And the AG has also taken note of the subsequent events post the close of the financial year, how we have been dealing with those matters. I now need to also point out that in the report of the AG themselves, that they presented before the committee this morning, that report, they do commend both the HDA, but the AG also commends the NDHS. And they do so again, they echo the same matter, that they see that in their words, they say the improvement identified was mainly due to the accounting officer implementing appropriate measures to investigate or conclude on irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. They say it in brief, but if you read it in the fullness of the report of the AG to us, and also in our management report, you do see that the AG goes to town in once more reaffirming this matter. So Chairperson, I'll leave it at that in as far as that is concerned, because the committee can decide whether it believes one of its own members who says we're misleading the committee, or whether it believes the AG in what is published in the report in the assertion that indeed we have dealt with these matters in a satisfactory manner, and even on those that we have concluded, and that those that are remaining unconcluded, that we have put in place mechanisms and processes that are very clear, very straightforward in terms of what we are doing to deal with these matters. I also need to deal with the matter around the housing needs register, and to indicate that we have reported consistently. The chair had also scheduled with the secretariat and the committee on the matter that we come and brief the committee with SITA. We had done so. The chair had directed us to work as a resolution of the committee to work with SITA in finalizing the rollout and implementation plan. We have done so. We had been following that plan religiously. The minister has had a follow-up meeting with the minister responsible for SITA, Minister Malatsi, and both ministers had given their go-ahead and the support of the process we were following. We have also been briefing the committee over and over, and I think that the this matter has been raised not only by Honorable Mpiti, but my recollection also indicates that Honorable Poole had raised a similar matter around when the system is coming, and we are also aware that Honorable Gamede has raised the same matter, and also previously Honorable Khakilwe has challenged us to move with speed in the finalization of that. We have taken these matters to heart. There is nowhere where we have ever said we refuse to come to the committee and table a report. We are waiting for the day we are invited with SHRA again to come brief the committee where we are. But we are taking it at face value that because the members of the committee have been raising the matter with us, and that we have been giving them the update of where we are with those processes, and the fact that we have now gone to market. SHRA rather has gone to market as our agent in this regard, or the agent of the state in matters of this nature, to look for a service provider that will now populate the system and develop it, it shows the progress we have come from, and that we have, since the adoption of the timetable and the implementation plan, we have been hard at it doing work in this regard, and the results are beginning to show where we have gone. The fact that we have been doing a lot of work with provinces, and provinces too have been represented on the committees that are determining the content of the system, as well as the workshops that we are continuously having with SHRA. We have one now scheduled to determine the full synchronization of the rollout program. And we are hard at work at getting this. The new minister, or the current minister, had indicated to us that this is mission critical. And we have also been indicating that because the housing needs register had always been, and this is what the committee has decried, an opt-in system, that in the new system we are bringing, the housing register is actually, the needs register is actually a module of the new system, and will speak towards this and will eliminate the potential challenges we have been seeing of where people outside of the needs register had been allocated houses, and where people have been made to jump queues and so on in an unscrupulous manner. To that extent, we have been synchronizing the two to make sure that the system is able to give us the necessary security gateways to block unscrupulous individuals in municipalities, metros, and provinces from altering the list and the sequence of the list and who has applied first, save for the policy considerations that if you are indeed part of the designated groups, like you are old, you are a veteran, or you are a child-headed household, or are disabled, that those are, the system automatically moves them to the front of the queue. So that we have been reporting, and we didn't know that the committee will view this as us pulling wool over the face of the committee, but we are prepared at any time for us to come with, even if with SHRA or even with the two ministers, to brief the committee how far we are, but we believe we are on track, and this is a matter we are attending to. We can't ourselves, Chair, schedule and determine the committee's agenda. The committee determines it on its own, and we respond to it as and when we are called to make this, and to make this as if there has been a scheduled meeting where we were expected to make the presentation that was requested, and we flatly refused or were reluctant to do so. I think it's itself misleading the committee, because we have never done that. We have always been committed to come into the committee, and whenever we have been called, we have come and made the presentation. On the matter of the TRUs in the Eastern Cape, yes, indeed, we had indicated, and I think the fullness of our commitment must be said, that we had said after we had concluded the audit process and after all of the processes have been run their course, we will do so. We would now not want to jeopardize the cases that we are having and where investigations are being finalized. And when we say we are charging people or suspending people precautionary, subject to us finalizing investigations, we will be ahead of ourselves, actually proclaiming guilt or anything, or casting aspersions on people's individuals when we say we are considering their representations in the fullness. And I think that we have been quite careful in how we deal with this. Even the AG understands this part. They have noted what we have done this far. They have accepted that on some of the matters we couldn't, and even on some, we have had to meet them in camera and take them into confidence. And we have also been able to provide in the fullness what we are doing about this. At the last meeting, the chair raised the matter with us and wanted us to confirm if indeed we have suspended the DDG, and we had confirmed that that was the case. So yes, we are acting, and yes, we are attending to the matters that Honorable Mpiti has raised. And even when previously Honorable Mpiti raised this matter, we have indeed confirmed that this is what we found and this is what we are investigating, and that we are dealing with the matter. On the matter of litigation, one just needs to say that we have now had a legal forum with provinces and the state law advisors and the state attorney's office. And we have even gone further to meeting with the Solicitor General of Government to look at the legal workbook. The minister has directed us that where we need to settle, we should do so. And where we don't need to be an active participant in litigation, we shouldn't, and we should take a posture of abiding by the outcomes of the courts. And we have been doing so. And I think to that extent, one needs to indicate that we have stratified the legal workbook. We have looked at where we think we do not have reasonable prospects of success. And we have been saying that what then? Where we think matters are too old, that needs to be settled. And where there are some of the employees that may have caused the matters are no longer even with us, and they're no longer in the employ of the state, that we should look at alternative ways of settling, and that where they are, we must also take disciplinary actions against the affected employees. And in this case, there is no doubt that we are acting on that, even on litigation, and we are committed. And as you may have seen, in the year under review, if you read our annual report in the fullness of it, it does show a decline in the legal workbook. And I think we're also looking at the reduction in exposure on a cost basis, and we are looking at that on an active basis. And this is the new brief we have given to our legal services and to provinces to say that they need to move speedily in this regard. And also our efforts at coordination and synchronization, and also where we believe between us and entities, that where minister is cited together with the entity, that we should start using not two separate legal firms, that we use only one, and we can share costs in this regard in that way, instead of appointing two legal firms. And then last legal forum made that a resolution which we are currently processing, and which will go to the CEO's forum, chaired by myself, together with the CEOs of the entities, with a viewpoint of ensuring alignment with this, and that the boards buy into what we are saying, and we move at that. Of course, we've got to do all what we need to do to contain the legal workbook, and to make sure that we keep an eye on it, and we study it carefully. And we are sure that we have only cases on hand that we think we definitely have to defend, and that the rights of the state must be protected. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And should we also be requested and be invited to present on the legal workbook, we will duly oblige and do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think indeed the committee members might need a briefing on the issue of the legal workbook. But as a committee, we have never taken a resolution that you are misleading the committee. It is the view of Honorable Mpiti because of the questions he asked. We haven't come to a conclusion that the department is misleading the committee. Maybe at some stage, yes, but for now we haven't come to that conclusion. We don't have that resolution. Honorable Mpiti, are you fine?
Chair, I've said what I've needed to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Magagula.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I switch off my video?
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think some of the questions I wanted to ask when the DG replied to some of the questions as I asked before have been covered. But Chair, on the issue of the emergency fund, which I think is the one which was used or is used when there are floods. I just want to check if update on the emergency which happened in Umtata earlier this year, as to how far is the progress? Is everybody settled or resettled through that the emergency fund in that area? And if yes, that's good. And then if not everybody, how far are we with the progress in making everybody to be settled? Chair, because on the issue also which was raised by the CFO in terms of the informal settlement upgrading, that the funds which are supposed to be utilized, all the provinces have utilized it except Gauteng, and I'm worried because in Gauteng there's a lot of informal settlement. I can imagine or mentioning one region in Ekurhuleni where they said they've got they've got 119 informal settlement. If this fund was not utilized to upgrade those informal settlement, what the department can do to assist the provinces in utilizing? But also in those which have been reported that they've utilized it, can we also have a report in future as to what have they done? Because if that is the case, where we have gone to do oversight, I think it would supposed to be utilized on those informal settlements. If that is the case, I think we've done KZN, we've done some of Western Cape, and we've found informal settlements at Tizeni. Maybe in future, can we get a report if ngempela those the informal settlement has been upgraded accordingly with the funding utilized by them from the department? Yeah, I think Chairperson, on the issue of service site, it's a fleece most Chair. Am I right?
You say, can you say that?
Yeah, service sites, fleece ne? If that is it. Yeah, we also have need information on the progress done. We're seeing progress in terms of advertisement and also informing in the communities about it. But if we can have a progress as to the communities coming forward, utilizing it. I've seen that also in some of the rural areas it's been advertised and going to the communities in terms of informing them about it. Also, I think it's good the progress what the department is doing, but also if we can also have a progress with is it utilized accordingly? Progress is still slow because mhlambe understanding eyabantu. And yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Indeed, with Umtata, we have responded to the disaster, and I think we have provided in several of the sites that have been given to us. We have erected TRUs for those communities, and we have almost close to all of the mass care centers, and also remaining with one or two of the TAs that were there. But we are clear that it's in the area of one of the areas, Chair. I must just get the name quickly, in which we have struggled with the municipality relative to the provision of land for us to do this, and we were told that they are asking that now they do not find any suitable land for human settlements, and that they are asking. Now we have appointed a contractor ready to do work on land to be assigned by the municipality, but the municipality has indicated that they are now trying to buy land from the private sector because of lack of suitable municipal or state land in the area. And that is the only area that we remain ready to provide the remainder of the TRUs, but for all other areas that were affected and impacted, where the municipalities, particularly where people were displaced, we have been able to provide TRUs in that regard. On the issue of the reports that the Honorable Member Magagula is asking for on upgrading of informal settlements, I think we can prepare a select report on the ISUPG and on what provinces have done, as she indicates, and to give clarity to where we are with the process and what has the money bought for us relative to this matter, and bring it to the committee when we are requested to do so. And we welcome her note and noticing of the work we are doing in trying to ensure that people get access to the services that we are rendering. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Are you fine, Honorable Magagula?
I'm fine, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can lower your hand. Honorable Kakilwe.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation made by DG Le CFO, Chairperson, and applaud them for the achievements, slowly but surely improving on their non-financial performances. I only have 3 simple questions, straightforward like usual. Chairperson, I'm a bit worried about this feeling of identified critical vacant positions. According to the presentation, the filling of those vacant positions were delayed due to the directive from DPSA. And if I am not mistaken, I think we were given the impression that the process of filling of critical positions was going well. So I just want to find out, Chair, as to when was the directive given and what was the directive saying? And then the second one is with regard to the issue of delayed procurement. This one, it has been coming. But I think after this annual report, the CFO must make it a point that this thing is really dealt with and for good. Organizational structure, I am not sure as to when is this structure going to be finalized. In the presentation, there are 2 issues. The other part is saying there is a delay in the finalization of the organizational structure. And then the other part is saying the organizational structure is under review. So what is exactly going on and what are the challenges? And roughly when will the structure be finalized? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. DG.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Just to indicate that in as far as the filling of critical positions, I just wish to reconcile it for Honorable Kehakilwe, that perhaps if our message has been appearing to be mixed, let me just streamline that message so that it is clearer. We were given a directive together with the rest of government. The directive was a determination that all positions should be frozen, even funded. Vacant positions should be considered as frozen, and there was a moratorium on the filling of vacancies. This had an effect by a cabinet resolution of suspending the ministerial powers that are conferred by the Public Service Act and the accompanying regulations. And the directive was such that when you want to fill the vacancies, you need to make an application and a motivation why that position to DPSA, which will in return seek financial concurrence from the National Treasury before giving you a go-ahead. So that had an effect of a number of positions that became vacant during that era, coming in and out and being locked in. And we must also indicate that, to my recollection, this was lifted at the end of March this year, and allowing for us to start with the process of filling vacancies. And we must say that previously during that dispensation, we had identified 68 critical positions, which we made applications for with DPSA and Treasury, but for which we were only granted 11 to fill. We have now begun with in earnest a process of re-identification of the positions which we did and the critical ones, and I can confirm that some of those critical positions have already been filled. For instance, the position of Chief Director ICT, Chief Director Grants Management, and so on. We have been filling these vacancies. Even positions in informal settlements have been advertised. Some have been shortlisted, and we are continuing with the recruitment process in earnest. The reason we say there is a delay is because we accumulated a backlog. As I've indicated, we applied for 68, we were only granted 11. We have this much capacity internally in HR as well as in the panels that should interview people, and also with the constraints of the prescribed timelines that we must attach to this process in terms of the length at which the advert must go out, the period at which within which interviews must happen, and all of those type of stuff. But in essence, we say yes, there is a delay, and we say yes, we are on track because we are now moving with speed and in earnest in filling the vacancies. I think that is just the reconciling of the two messages we have given of a delay as well as of being on track in as far as this is concerned. Will we see a greater improvement with this process? Yes, I think in the current financial year, when this financial year is being reviewed, I think you would see a significant difference. Two important matters have come to the fore. An agreement with the unions in the bargaining chamber that those positions that are on the old structure but also appear on the new structure, that they must be filled immediately, and which are funded and considered funded. Yes, that part the minister at the Mintop had actually endorsed, and we are moving with speed in the finalization of those positions. We do recognize that our budget has been cut backwards, and some of the positions we would have considered to be funded are no longer funded. And this has prompted us to undertake a reprioritization exercise in making a determinations which ones do we need to defund and which ones do we need to fund. And I think branches have been hard at work looking at that. And with this, we have undertaken together as part of the review of the organizational structure. We have finalized, Chairperson, the macro structure, and that has been approved and the minister has signed it off. Our service provider, Ernst & Young, has been helping us with the microstructure, and to which management has, at the last EMT meeting, considered this matter. There was a process agreed within a week that we need to finalize so that the revised structure based on the inputs of management does come. We now have to subject this new revised structure to the process of consultation with organized labor. This can take a protracted period, considering that it is a protected process in the bargaining chamber under the chair from the bargaining chamber who acts as facilitator between us and the unions so that we are able to find each other. One cannot but predict. I can indicate that the consultative processes pertaining to the macro structure took us about 9 months. We hope to shorten that period because the micro is a creature of the macro, and that we will not starting from scratch and being far apart from each other. And we think that it will take a much shorter period, but one cannot predict how long it would be and whether there would be disputes with the unions pertaining to what we see and how we see it. But we are committed to genuine consultations with them, and post which we need to finalize this process and have the structure signed off. But with the resolution, I say we have undertaken, Chair, that while the negotiations are taking place, we do not stop, that the positions that we see on the macro and that were on the old structure and in the new structure and that were considered priority, that those we continue to fill with immediacy, and the unions do not have a problem with that arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. CFO on delayed procurement.
Thank you, Chairperson. It was a recommendation from Honorable Gekakilwe. Chair and members, what we have started doing this year, we are tracking down and reporting to EMT the progress on the procurement plan. So it is a standing agenda item on the executive management team that we make a progress so that we are able to see when, why, and who is responsible for that. And we are taking and we are having meetings. So we are tracking it. And for this financial year, we have started, we communicate with the branch head. If their procurement has delayed, we are starting to identify and come up with remedial actions. And I acknowledge the recommendation by the honorable member. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are you fine, Honorable Krekile?
Chairperson, thank you. I am fine, and thank you, DG and CFO, for the responses.
Thank you. Honorable Abada?
Thank you, Chair. Let me just do that. Okay. Again, I'm not going to go through questions as I think we've covered widely on who does what and all the issues. So I'll just skip those for now. And I'm just going to go again to recommendations and critical comments. Urgently fast track and release, urgently fast track land release and title deed processing. People cannot eat frameworks or living policy documents. Establish a dedicated emergency housing rapid response unit with timelines that are measured in days, not years, to deal with floods, fires, and evictions. Redirect resources from endless ICT and procurement delays into direct delivery on the ground, ensuring every rand reaches the people it is meant for. My comments: the department hides behind 97% expenditure while communities experience zero delivery on dignity. And we're talking solely on dignity here. Money spent without impact is a betrayal, not an achievement. For too long, the poor have been told to wait for houses, for title deeds, for safety, but waiting has become a life sentence. Enough excuses. The human cost of your failures is not abstract. It is the face of a mother in Khayelitsha who buries her child after a shack attack, or an elderly pensioner who still waits for a title deed promised decades ago. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think those are comments which DG and your team can take to heart. And as we continue with our everyday's work, we'll remember that. I don't think they need any response. They're just recommendations. You'll go and look at them and see how far we go. Honorable Ditabe.
Chairperson, I don't know if you can hear me. Please do indicate if you can.
I can hear you.
All right, Chairperson, profuse apologies, as I said earlier.
But it seems you are part of Zamazamas, digging something.
Chairperson, we are here at the Northern Works in eThekwini, which is one of the, I just want to show you the background. Behind me here is an informal settlement. It is just upstream here. And in fact, as the DG was presenting, I became acutely aware of the high standards that we often set ourselves, both in terms of our constitution, our policy, our legislation, and so forth. And that notwithstanding, that does not always correspond with the requisite resources. I'm showing you this picture behind me of the informal settlement, and thinking of the I-G, the HSDG, and so forth. No matter how much we try to match the two, the resources will always be limited. And of particular interest to me, Chairperson, is how best we can humanize our people, especially insofar as the very marginal, peripheral, and sometimes very dangerous areas where they live. Now, I'd like to know, and I may have not heard everything that was said, because I did indicate that I am the acting chair in this portfolio committee today because our chairperson is not well. But is there anything, and other members may have asked this question, Chairperson, is there any progress on a consideration to merge the I-G and HSDG, just so as to optimize the capacity of the two grants to ensure that slowly but surely or progressively we make some dent insofar as the eradication of informal settlements. That is the first thing, Chair. The second one is with regards to our own oversight troops. I must say that our committee has done quite well, and so far the department has been quite responsive to a number of issues that we have raised. But I can say to you, Chairperson, that in the aftermath of our visits to, for example, the Free State, and today I'm in KwaZulu-Natal, I will not be able, obviously, to go to Banana City and so forth because we are restricted and all that. It's specific sites for purposes of this portfolio committee. There will, Chairperson, be instances, and this I can confirm, of resistance on the part of officials, political leaders, where the committee has said the following things must be done. In the case of the Free State, there is quite a few places that we visited. I think one of them an informal settlement, the other one we were supposed to visit, but we didn't quite go there. I've heard that it is probably at phase 2 of the upgrade, but the other one where we stopped over on our way to President Dabi, I am informed reliably so that there is resistance on the part of officials who say that that is not a priority. You will remember that officials at Machabeng said there were 28 informal settlements, but to the extent, Chairperson, that the committee gained an impression of what the living conditions of the people there are like. The committee directed that there must be intervention, of course, mindful of the limited resources. My understanding is that the province, that is the department headed by MEC Mukwena, is willing to do its bit to ensure that that particular project is part of its business plan, but there is resistance at the level of the municipality. It will depend a lot on your leadership, Chairperson, with us supporting you, but also the role that our DG and the rest of the executive and our minister will play to ensure that nobody takes this committee for granted. On several occasions, you have indicated that nobody should try and undermine a committee of parliament, and that is the standard practice across. So this is something that I think, Chairperson, we need to take very seriously, because it has the potential to undermine and discredit the portfolio committee itself. And I'm referring to the last the informal settlements that we visited, which is in our report. It is something that I would like the department to follow up on together with the province, because I have no doubt whatsoever that the department is on board in trying to sort this out, and the province, but the municipality happens to be the culprit in this regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. DG?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Just as a quick direct response to Honorable Ditabe, is there an intent at merging the ISUPG and the HSDG? Not necessarily, Chair, but the grants are still gazetted as separate grants. But what we have been doing in terms of the grant frameworks is to encourage cross-pollination of these grants, and we have been doing a lot of heavy lifting in trying to align the two and encouraging provinces where necessary to syndicate the two grants to achieve greater impact. We have seen this, KwaZulu-Natal piloting this very well in Konobia. We have also seen our encouragement on the pilot with Eastern Cape around the issue of doing away with TRUs completely by providing a permanent solution directly after an emergency, and the top-up being the HSDG and the use of the ISUPG for that regard. We have also given flexible arrangements of reprioritization to Mpumalanga, to the East, to the Free State, as well as to the northwest of Frisian. And yes, we are encouraging the cross-pollination of the two grants. But as you know, that the two grants are still scheduled separately, and they are still gazetted separately. On the issue of the informal settlements, Chairperson, we will follow it up. I will get in touch with the Honourable Member Tabe just to get additional information, and then we can then take it from there and ensure that we are we are to the task with the information we're getting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. While still there, I think the DG was represented by the CFO in Free State. CFO, what's the progress in terms of issues that the committee said they must be done, and so on and so on? Do you have any report?
Chairperson, unfortunately, the time that it was scheduled for us to meet, it was the time that I was busy with the audit and the year end. But we did agree with the province and the municipalities that we need to meet soon. So I need to promise that it's long overdue. Because I was away for a period of a month that I was not around, that I was supposed to have attended, because I did indicate that I will attend to all the issues that were raised, because we have documented and we've got an action plan. So after the audit, when we were finalized around July, that's when I committed to now starting with looking at all the issues that were raised. And when we were supposed to sit, I had to go for the leave that I had, which happened unfortunately so. So I just came back. I've been back at work for 2 weeks now. I will be sitting with the province. We've got an action list. So by the time we come to the portfolio committee together with the province, we would have actioned that action list that we have submitted to the portfolio committee with the progress report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We are moving towards closing this item. But before that, DG and AGSA, in your report, DG, in terms of performance, you are indicating 77%. AG in their report, they're indicating 60-something. I don't know whether we're able to reconcile that. Secondly, is there a process or intention to review board? I don't know whether I should call it board allowance, sitting allowances. I remember as a committee, we once said there's a need to review this because these entities are in the portfolio of human settlements. There mustn't be such a huge gap, at least an effort to try and standardize their sitting allowances. Maybe this one is for the CFO. For 6 years, we've been on unqualified with matters. Last year, as you said, CFO, we had 32 findings, and we reduced them by 11. This year, we have 21. And you are committing that next year we must get a clean audit. Will you be able to, if we have managed to deal with 11 per year, now we have 21, do you think we can deal with 21 in 12 months? Take into consideration that now we are in October. The financial year will be ending end of March. We are left with almost November, December, January, 5 months, so to say. Thank you. DG?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, I think we will reconcile the misaligned figures. We are compelled to follow the final AG's viewpoint on the matters and to make sure that we are aligned to that after the audit has been concluded and we have signed the representation letter. So, and that process has been done. So we are compelled to reconcile ourselves to the findings of the AG. On the issue of, and Chair, indeed we will do so. Chair, on the issue of the allowances for boards, the ones that were flagged and that were seen to be above the norm, we have gone back in terms of the determination for scheduling. The minister had reached out to the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance have come back with a determination of the proper scheduling of these entities. And with that determination, it then also automatically confirms what the board fees per day should be. We had also seen that in other entities, the determination wasn't the challenge. The challenge was just the sheer runaway number of board meetings that were taking place. And to that extent, the minister has now in the shareholder compact directed the cap on the number of meetings a year, and where the board determines that it requires special meetings and meetings additional to the cap the minister has given, they have to motivate to the minister as to why ordinarily in the course of business the work couldn't be done within the allocated number of meetings, and minister then would make her own determination in terms of agreeing or disagreeing with the additional meetings so being requested. So I think that we have done so to try and cap those. Secondly, Chair, lastly, we look at the matter you are raising about our ability to do away with the rest of the findings within one financial year, looking at the steady downward progress we have been making and the fact that our average has been 11, and therefore how can we deal with 21 all at once? We are clear that our biggest target is on those findings that have material findings and that would impact on the outcomes of audit, and that even the housekeeping matters, because if you want to deal with the bigger things, you must learn to also address the small things. If you can't manage the sense, certainly the rents will be a challenge to manage. And our quest is to try and eliminate findings. And we we do note that some of the findings the AG makes in the management report are housekeeping matters that are intended to help us improve, and some of them are a result of the value-add processes of the AG in trying to advise us on how best to handle matters to meet with their requirements and to the satisfactory impact that is desired. And we also pay focus to attending to those matters. Our approach now is not to undermine any matter and not to see a matter not as being important. And therefore, our quest and commitment is towards, first and foremost, dealing away with all the 21 findings so that they are not repeated next year. And that even where new ones do emerge, our key focus has been to look at the areas in the engagement letter with the AG, areas that the AG seeks to look at and to audit to make sure that our ducks are in a row. We have also spoken with the audit committee around alignment of the hours the internal audit function needs to dedicate towards looking proactively at the key matters the AG will look at so that we are much wiser and much more prepared by the time the AG does arrive. And that we view as an important value add and an important feature of why in the first instance we need internal audit function, so that it helps us to be much more prepared and much more nuanced and ready when the AG finally does the audit, and that those matters that would have been raised by internal audit, that they have already been attended to. So yes, Chair, to answer you directly, we remain committed to dealing with all the 21. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson,
Yes.
can I clarify the issue of the 98%?
Yes.
Because now it's on record. And Chairperson, what the chair is doing, Chairperson is averaging percentages.
Okay.
We don't average percentages. We average values and numbers. So we don't take the percentage and then we divide by 5. So when we look at the numbers, it's 98%. So you say out of the total allocation, how much has been spent? So you divide total vis-a-vis the expenditure to get the overall. We don't average percentages, Chair. I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Okay. If it's that case, it's fine because it's on record. I didn't want us to live without that understanding. Thanks very much. I don't know, before we want us to break for lunch. Before we break, AG, do you want to say something with regard to the report?
Thank you so much, Chair. I think from my end, I just wanted to clarify one of the differences between the performance achievements. So if you look at the presentation that we did, on the top we do say selected indicators. So we did have a predetermined selection of the specific programs that we selected. Hence, there would be a minor difference between the department percentage and our percentage because we have selected programs that we then report on. So that's the only thing I wanted to clarify. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I wanted it to be clarified so that we don't say the department is misleading. As long as it's clarified, it's fine. Honorable members, we are at the end of this session. We had budgeted 1 hour for lunch, but we can no longer have 1 hour. It's now almost 1:45. Will 30 minutes do, or we want 45? 30 minutes.
30 minutes is fine with me.
Are we fine with 30 minutes?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. DG, are you fine with 30 minutes and your staff? I take we are at our respective homes or our offices. It won't be difficult.
Yes, Chairperson, we will be here throughout. We are available, Chair.
AGSA, are you fine? let's come back at 2:20, and we'll take SHRA, followed by NHFC, and then end with the NHBRC. And that's where most of these questions, especially on consequence management, will come in. Let's look at that. Thanks very much. Let's break for lunch, and we come back at 2:20. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Hello, Chair. So I will close the meeting and then I will ask everybody to rejoin, Chair, at 20 past. Thank you.
Thank you, Sis Polly.
So, Kolu, you must leave the meeting.
Leave the meeting and rejoin around 2:15.
All right, sure.
Sure.